December 1945. A dry wind moves across the cliffs above the Nile, carrying the dust of a world that once believed reality was a prison. In the village of Nag Hammadi, a young farmer reaches into the earth and lifts a sealed clay jar. The moment it breaks, a silence older than Christianity returns to the light. Inside, codices written in Egyptian Coptic, describing a universe behind this one, a realm the Gnostics called the Pleroma, a world of light beyond the reach of matter, a world that emperors, bishops, and councils spent centuries trying to erase. As scholars open the pages for the first time, they discover a secret that early Christians fought to conceal. That reality, as we know it, may be the imitation of a deeper one. Tonight, we follow that journey from desert caves to ancient theology to uncover the realm beyond reality. The Roman Empire in the 2nd century after Christ was an apparatus of unprecedented administrative power. From Britain to Mesopotamia, from the Rhine to the cataracts of the Nile, a single system of law, currency, and military coordination bound together perhaps 60 million souls. This was not merely political unity, it was cognitive unity. The empire required not just obedience but consensus, a shared understanding of how the universe worked, what the gods wanted, and where human beings stood in the cosmic order. Christianity emerged within this empire not as a single voice, but as a cacophony. In Alexandria, teachers debated the nature of Christ in the language of Platonic philosophy. In Rome, house churches gathered to share meals and interpret the sayings of Jesus. In Syria, ascetics withdrew into the desert to pursue visions. In Gaul, missionaries preached resurrection to populations still venerating Celtic deities. The movement that would eventually call itself Christianity was, in the 2nd century, a collection of competing interpretations, each claiming to possess the authentic teaching of Jesus and his apostles. The city of Alexandria, founded by Alexander the Great in 31 BCE, had by the 2nd century CE become the intellectual furnace of the Mediterranean world. Its library, though diminished from its legendary peak, still held hundreds of thousands of scrolls. Its museum, not a repository of artifacts but an institute of scholars, housed mathematicians, astronomers, physicians, and philosophers. Jews, Greeks, Egyptians, and Romans mingled in its streets, bringing with them the intellectual traditions of Jerusalem, Athens, Memphis, and Babylon. It was here in this polyglot crucible that some of the most sophisticated theological thinking of early Christianity took shape. Among the teachers who worked in Alexandria during the 2nd century was a man named Valentinus. Born in Egypt around 100 CE, educated in Alexandria's Christian schools, Valentinus travelled to Rome sometime between 136 and 140 CE. Ancient sources, particularly the heresiologist Tertullian, tell us that Valentinus was a candidate for the office of bishop in Rome, a detail suggesting he was not a marginal figure but a respected teacher within the Christian community. He did not receive the appointment, and later sources hostile to his teaching claim he broke away in disappointment. What is certain is that Valentinus established a school, taught students, and wrote extensively. His writings included psalms, homilies, and letters. Most have been lost, but fragments survive in quotations by his opponents and in texts discovered in Egypt in 45. Valentinus was not alone. In Alexandria during the same period, a teacher named Basilides developed his own complex theological system. Basilides wrote 24 books of commentary on the Gospels, now lost except for fragments. He taught that the supreme God was utterly transcendent, unknowable, and had no direct contact with the material world. Another teacher, Carpocrates, taught that Jesus was the son of Joseph but had received unique knowledge that allowed his soul to transcend the material realm. These teachers and others like them, Theodotus, Heraclian, Ptolemy, represented a current within early Christianity that would later be branded as Gnostic, a term derived from the Greek word gnosis, meaning knowledge. The term Gnostic is problematic. It was not what these teachers called themselves. They called themselves Christians, followers of Christ, bearers of the true apostolic teaching. The label Gnostic was applied by their opponents, particularly by Irenaeus, Bishop of Lyon, who around 180 CE wrote a massive treatise titled Against Heresies, more formally known as On the Detection and Overthrow of the So-Called Gnosis. Irenaeus was responding to what he perceived as a grave threat: the proliferation of Christian teachings that contradicted what he believed to be the authentic apostolic tradition. For Irenaeus, these alternative Christianities were not simply errors. They were sophisticated, appealing, and dangerous. What made them dangerous was not simply that they disagreed on doctrinal points. It was that they offered a fundamentally different cosmology, a different understanding of the universe, the human condition, and the nature of salvation. At the heart of this cosmology was a concept that would obsess and horrify Orthodox Christian leaders for centuries: the Pleroma. The word Pleroma in Greek means fullness, totality, completeness. In Valentinian thought, the Pleroma was the realm of divine fullness, the totality of the Godhead, the true reality that existed before and beyond the material cosmos. It was not a physical place but a spiritual dimension, a realm of pure light and consciousness, populated by divine emanations called aeons. These aeons were not separate gods but aspects or expressions of the one supreme, unknowable God, often called the Father or the Depth, Bythos in Greek. The Pleroma was the world as it should be, perfect, eternal, undivided. The material world, by contrast, was a shadow, an imitation, a prison. This cosmology was articulated in texts that circulated among Valentinian communities. One of the most important, the Gospel of Truth, discovered at Nag Hammadi in 1245, describes the Pleroma as a state of perfect knowledge and unity. The Gospel of Truth is joy for those who have received from the Father of Truth the gift of knowing Him, the text begins. It describes ignorance not as mere lack of information, but as a cosmic condition, a fog that produces terror and confusion. The material world, according to this text, is the product of ignorance. It is error given form. Salvation, therefore, is not about moral behavior or ritual purity, but about gnosis, a direct, experiential knowledge of one's true origin and identity. This was not abstract philosophy. For those who embraced these teachings, the implications were immediate and personal. If the material world was a prison, then the institutions that governed it, including the increasingly powerful hierarchy of the Christian Church, had no ultimate authority. If salvation came through knowledge, rather than through the mediation of bishops and priests, then the Church's claim to be the sole arbiter of truth was illegitimate. If the creator of the material world was not the supreme God but a lesser, ignorant deity, a figure the Gnostics called the demiurge, then the entire structure of revealed religion, based on the Hebrew Bible's account of creation, was called into question. The political implications were obvious. By the late 2nd century, Christian leaders in major urban centers were working to consolidate authority, standardize teaching, and establish clear lines of apostolic succession. The bishop was emerging as the central figure of authority in Christian communities, and bishops were forming networks of mutual recognition and support. Irenaeus in Lyon, Tertullian in Carthage, Hippolytus in Rome, these men understood that unity required orthodoxy, and orthodoxy required the suppression of alternatives. Irenaeus's Against Heresies is a massive work, running to 5 books in the surviving Latin translation. In it, Irenaeus systematically describes the teachings of Valentinus and his followers, often in mocking terms, and then refutes them point by point. But the very length and detail of Irenaeus's refutation reveals something important. The Valentinian system was sophisticated, internally coherent, and widely appealing. Irenaeus would not have devoted so much energy to refuting a marginal sect. The Valentinians were a major force within 2nd century Christianity, and they were winning converts. Tertullian, writing in Carthage around 200 CE, complained that heretics were everywhere, moving freely among Christian communities, claiming apostolic authority, interpreting scriptures in strange ways. How many, Tertullian demanded, have been infected by their poisonous eloquence? Hippolytus of Rome, writing in the early 3rd century, produced his own heretiological work, Refutation of All Heresies, in which he attempted to show that Gnostic teachings were derived not from apostolic tradition, but from Greek philosophy. For Hippolytus, the Gnostics were essentially pagans masquerading as Christians, smuggling Plato and Pythagoras into the church under the guise of secret knowledge. But the conflict was not purely intellectual, it was also political and social. The Roman Empire in the 3rd century was entering a period of crisis. External threats, internal instability, economic disruption and plague created conditions of profound anxiety. Christian communities, growing in numbers and confidence, were increasingly visible to imperial authorities. The question of who spoke for Christianity, what Christians believed, and whether Christianity was compatible with Roman order became urgent. In this context, the proliferation of competing Christian sects was not just a theological problem but a political one. The proto-Orthodox party, those who would eventually define themselves as the Catholic Church, understood that survival required unity. Unity required hierarchy. Hierarchy required a clear definition of doctrine, a canon of authoritative scriptures and the suppression of alternatives. By the early 3rd century, the process was well underway. Lists of authoritative scriptures were circulating, creeds were being formulated, bishops were claiming exclusive authority to interpret scripture and administer sacraments, and teachers who deviated from the emerging consensus were being labelled as heretics. The Gnostics, for their part, did not see themselves as deviating from Christianity. They saw themselves as preserving its true esoteric core. They claimed that their teachings came from secret traditions passed down from the apostles themselves. The Apocryphon of John, one of the most important Gnostic texts discovered at Nag Hammadi, presents itself as a revelation given by the risen Christ to John the son of Zebedee. The Gospel of Thomas, a collection of sayings attributed to Jesus, begins with the claim that these are the secret sayings that the living Jesus spoke and Didymos Judas Thomas recorded. For the Gnostics, secrecy was not a sign of illegitimacy but a mark of authenticity. The deepest truths, they believed, were not for the masses, but for those who were ready to receive them. This belief in esoteric knowledge was not unique to Christianity. It was a common feature of the intellectual culture of the Hellenistic world. The Pythagoreans had their inner circles, the mystery religions, Eleusinian, Dionysian, Mithraic, initiated members into secret rituals and teachings. Platonic philosophy itself was divided into exoteric teachings, suitable for public lectures, and esoteric doctrines, reserved for advanced students. The Gnostics inherited this assumption that reality has layers, that truth is hierarchical, and that not everyone is capable of grasping the deepest mysteries. But within Christianity, this assumption was increasingly unacceptable. The proto-Orthodox party insisted on the opposite principle, that the apostolic teaching was public, that the scriptures were clear, and that the Church's proclamation was for all people, not just an elite. Irenaeus argued that the rule of faith, the basic outline of Christian belief, was taught openly in all the churches, passed down from the apostles in an unbroken succession. Secret traditions, he insisted, were fabrications. By the early 4th century, the conflict was reaching a climax. In 313 CE, the Roman Emperor Constantine issued the Edict of Milan, effectively legalizing Christianity throughout the empire. Constantine's conversion, whether sincere or strategic, transformed Christianity from a persecuted minority into a favoured religion. But it also raised a new problem: which Christianity? Constantine, seeking to use the church as a unifying force in the empire, was alarmed to discover that Christians could not agree on basic doctrines. In 325 CE, he convened the Council of Nicaea, bringing together bishops from across the empire to settle disputes about the nature of Christ. The Nicene Creed, the product of that council, became the touchstone of orthodoxy. For alternative Christianities, including the Gnostics, Nicaea was a catastrophe. The alliance between imperial power and ecclesiastical authority meant that deviation from the emerging orthodoxy was no longer merely a theological error. It was a civil offence. Heretics could be exiled, their books burned, their property confiscated. The Theodosian Code, promulgated in the late 4th century, codified this repression, making heresy a crime punishable by law. In this environment, the texts that articulated Gnostic cosmology became dangerous to possess. Libraries that housed them were at risk. Communities that studied them were vulnerable to persecution. And so, sometime in the late 4th century in the region of Upper Egypt near the town of Nag Hammadi, a collection of codices, 13 leather-bound books containing over 50 separate texts, was carefully wrapped, placed in a sealed jar, and buried in the ground near the cliffs of the Jabal al-Tarif. The Pleroma, the realm of divine fullness, the true reality beyond the shadow world of matter, was consigned to darkness. The texts that described it were hidden. The communities that preserved them were scattered or silenced. For 16 centuries, the Gnostic vision of reality was known only through the hostile summaries of its opponents. The world moved on, and the Pleroma was forgotten. But texts, once written, have a resilience. Buried in the dry sands of Egypt, protected by the very conditions that destroyed so many other ancient manuscripts, moisture, insects, decay, the Nag Hammadi codices waited. They waited through the rise and fall of empires, through the spread of Islam, through the Crusades, through the Renaissance and the Enlightenment, through 2 world wars. They waited until a December day in 1945, when a farmer digging for fertilizer reached into the earth and pulled them back into the light. To understand the Pleroma, we must first understand the minds that conceived it. The teachers who articulated the Gnostic vision were not primitive mystics or marginal eccentrics. They were highly educated intellectuals trained in the philosophical methods of their time, fluent in Greek, steeped in the literature of both Judaism and Hellenism. They were in many ways the avant-garde of 2nd century Christianity, the thinkers who were attempting to reconcile the radical claims of the Jesus movement with the sophisticated philosophical culture of the Roman Empire. Valentinus, the most influential of these teachers, was born around 100 CE, probably in the Nile Delta region of Egypt. Ancient sources tell us he was educated in Alexandria, which means he would have been exposed to the full spectrum of Hellenistic learning. Alexandria in the 2nd century was home to competing philosophical schools: Platonists, Stoics, Pythagoreans, Peripatetics. It was also home to a vibrant Jewish intellectual community, still reeling from the catastrophic revolts against Rome in 66-70 CE and 132-135 CE, but continuing to produce sophisticated interpretations of Torah. Philo of Alexandria, the great Jewish philosopher of the 1st century, had pioneered the allegorical interpretation of Scripture, reading the stories of Genesis as coded philosophical teachings. This method, treating sacred texts as containing hidden, symbolic meanings accessible only through careful exegesis, would become central to Gnostic hermeneutics. Valentinus arrived in Rome during the reign of Hadrian or Antoninus Pius, somewhere between 136 and 140 CE. Rome's Christian community at this time was diverse and relatively unstructured. There was no single bishop with absolute authority. House churches operated independently, each with its own teachers and interpretations. It was a fluid, creative environment, and Valentinus thrived in it. He taught, gathered students, wrote extensively. Tertullian, writing decades later, described him as nearly becoming Bishop of Rome, suggesting he was a respected figure within the community. The fact that he did not achieve this office, and the suggestion that he broke away after being passed over, may say more about later polemics than about historical fact. What is clear is that Valentinus established a school, and his students continued to develop and systematize his teachings long after his death around 160 CE. What did Valentinus teach? We have only fragments of his own writings, preserved in quotations by his opponents or in compilations like the one found in the Excerpta ex Theodoto, a collection of notes made by Clement of Alexandria from the teachings of Valentinus's student Theodotus. But from these fragments, and from the fuller text discovered at Nag Hammadi, we can reconstruct the outline of Valentinian theology. At the centre was the Pleroma, the fullness of the divine. Valentinus taught that the supreme God, utterly transcendent, beyond all categories, unknowable, generated a series of divine emanations called aeons. These aeons were not separate beings but aspects or expressions of the divine fullness. They existed in pairs, syzygies male and female, depth and silence, mind and truth, word and life, man and church. The number of aeons varied in different Valentinian systems. Some counted 30, others fewer, but the structure was consistent. The Pleroma was a realm of perfect harmony, a divine ecosystem in which each eon complemented and completed the others. This system was not arbitrary mythology. It was an attempt to solve a profound philosophical problem. How can an utterly transcendent, perfect, unchanging God relate to a material, changing, imperfect world? The Platonic tradition, which dominated philosophical discourse in the 2nd century, had grappled with this problem for centuries. Plato himself had posited a realm of eternal forms, perfect archetypes of which material things were imperfect copies. The Middle Platonists, active in Valentinus's time, had developed elaborate hierarchies of being, with the one at the top, followed by layers of intermediate realities, mind, soul, nature, descending toward matter. Valentinus's Pleroma was a Christian adaptation of this Platonic cosmology, an attempt to map the inner life of the Christian God using the conceptual tools of philosophy. But Valentinus went further. He insisted that human beings, or at least some human beings, carried within themselves a spark of the Pleroma. This was the pneuma, the spirit, the divine element imprisoned in matter. Valentinus divided humanity into 3 types: hylic, psychic, and pneumatic. The hylic, from hyle matter, were bound to the flesh, incapable of salvation. The psychic, from psyche soul, were capable of a limited salvation through faith and good works. But the pneumatic, from pneuma spirit, possessed the divine spark. For them, salvation was not a matter of faith or works, but of gnosis, recognition of their true identity. The pneumatic did not need to earn salvation, they needed to remember it. This was a radical democratization of the mystical experience. In traditional Judaism, direct encounter with God was the privilege of prophets. In proto-Orthodox Christianity, salvation was mediated by the Church, its sacraments, and its clergy. But in Valentinian thought, the pneumatic Christian had direct access to the divine. No priest, no bishop, no institution stood between the individual and the Pleroma. The authority structure of the emerging Catholic Church was, from this perspective, irrelevant. Basilides, teaching in Alexandria, at roughly the same time as Valentinus, developed a different but related system. According to Irenaeus's summary, our primary source for Basilides' teaching, Basilides posited a supreme god who was utterly ineffable, beyond all shredication. This god did not create the world directly. Instead, from the supreme god there emerged a series of intermediaries, eventually producing 365 heavens arranged in a vast hierarchy. The God of the Jews, the creator described in Genesis, was merely the ruler of the lowest heaven, a limited being responsible for the imperfect material world. Salvation for Basilides involved ascending through these heavens, shedding material and psychic layers until the pneumatic core of the self reunited with the supreme God. Basilides wrote extensively. His Exegetica, a 24-book commentary on the Gospels, was among the earliest Christian scriptural commentaries, predating the works of Orthodox exegetes like Origen. This alone suggests that Basilides was not a fringe figure, but a major intellectual voice in 2nd century Christianity. He was attempting to do what all early Christian teachers were attempting, to make sense of the bewildering claims of the Jesus movement in light of the best intellectual tools available. Carpocrates, another Alexandrian teacher, took Gnostic theology in a different direction. According to Irenaeus, Carpocrates taught that Jesus was the son of Joseph, fully human, but that his soul remembered its pre-existence and thus attained perfect knowledge. Other souls could achieve the same liberation through philosophical training and an ascetic practice. Carpocrates' followers, Irenaeus claimed, engaged in libertine practices, rejecting conventional morality as irrelevant to spiritual liberation. Whether this accusation was true or merely polemical exaggeration is impossible to determine. Accusations of sexual immorality were standard features of heresiological rhetoric, used to discredit opponents. But it is possible that some Gnostic groups, convinced that the material world and its laws were creations of an inferior deity, experimented with antinomian ethics. What united these diverse teachers, Valentinus, Basilides, Carpocrates, and others, was a shared conviction that the material world was not the ultimate reality. They looked at the world and saw suffering, injustice, disease, death, and concluded that this could not be the work of a perfect God. The world, they believed, was flawed at its foundation. The proto-Orthodox Christians, following Jewish tradition, insisted that the world was the creation of the one true God, that it was good, and that evil entered through human sin. The Gnostics rejected this. For them, the problem was not human sin but cosmic error. The world itself was the mistake. This was not nihilism. It was not a rejection of existence. It was, rather, a profound expression of alienation, the sense that this world is not home, that we are strangers here, that we belong somewhere else. This feeling of cosmic homesickness pervades Gnostic literature. The Hymn of the Pearl, preserved in the Acts of Thomas, tells the story of a prince sent from his homeland into Egypt to retrieve a pearl guarded by a serpent. In Egypt, the prince forgets his mission, forgets his identity, and falls into a stupor. Only when a letter arrives from his father does he wake, remember who he is, seize the pearl, and return home. The story is an allegory of the soul's journey. Sent from the Pleroma into the material world, it forgets its origin, becomes entangled in matter, and must be awakened by a message from the divine realm. This existential narrative resonated in the 2nd century, and it resonates still. The sense of not belonging, of having lost something essential, of searching for a home we cannot quite remember. This is not a rare or exotic experience. It is arguably a constitutive feature of human consciousness. The Gnostics gave it a cosmological explanation. They told their followers, "Your feeling of alienation is not a psychological quirk. It is a metaphysical truth. You do not belong here because this world is not your true home. You are a fragment of the Pleroma, trapped in matter, awaiting liberation." The psychological appeal of this message was enormous. In a world of empire, hierarchy, slavery, disease, and early death, The Gnostic gospel offered a radical reinterpretation of suffering. Your pain is not a punishment. It is not a test. It is evidence. Evidence that you are something more than this body, more than this world. The demiurge, the ignorant creator, may rule this world, but he does not rule you. Your true self is beyond his reach, hidden, inviolate, eternal. This was not escapism. It was, in its own way, a form of resistance. By denying ultimate reality to the material world and its structures of power, the Gnostics undermined the metaphysical foundations of empire. Rome ruled the world, but the world was a shadow. Caesar claimed divine authority, but the demiurge was an impostor. The church hierarchy claimed to mediate salvation, but salvation was not theirs to give. It was already yours, buried within you, waiting to be remembered. This explains why the proto-Orthodox party found Gnosticism so threatening. It was not just that Gnostic theology was strange or complicated. It was that Gnostic theology subverted every claim to authority. If the true God was not the creator of the world, then all institutions based on that creator's authority, including the church, were illegitimate. If salvation came through inner knowledge rather than outer ritual, then priests and bishops were unnecessary. If the material world was a prison, then martyrdom, which the proto-Orthodox celebrated as the ultimate witness to faith, was pointless. Why die for a world that is not real? The Gnostic teachers were not trying to destroy Christianity. They were trying to save it from what they saw as a catastrophic misunderstanding. They believed that the apostles themselves had possessed the true teaching, the secret doctrine, but that it had been lost or suppressed as Christianity spread into the wider Gentile world. Their role, as they saw it, was to recover and preserve this original gnosis. They positioned themselves not as innovators, but as guardians of an endangered tradition. But traditions, once articulated, take on lives of their own. Valentinus's students developed his system in multiple directions, producing a dizzying variety of Valentinian schools. Some emphasized ascetic practice, others intellectual contemplation. Some developed elaborate liturgies, others rejected ritual altogether. By the late 2nd century, Valentinian Christianity was less a single movement than a spectrum of related ideas, united by a core conviction that reality has depths, that matter is not ultimate, and that within each pneumatic human there burns a spark of the divine Pleroma. This diversity was both a strength and a weakness. It demonstrated the creativity and vitality of Gnostic thought, but it also made the movement vulnerable. The proto-Orthodox party, with its emphasis on standardization, hierarchy, and unity, could present a clear, coherent identity. The Gnostics, by contrast, appeared fragmented, contradictory, constantly evolving. In the struggle for institutional power, coherence often defeats sophistication. By the mid-3rd century, Gnostic Christianity was in decline. The consolidation of episcopal authority, the development of orthodox creeds, and the increasing persecution of heretics all took their toll. Gnostic teachers were marginalized, their texts condemned. But ideas, once released, are difficult to suppress entirely. Gnostic themes, the hidden God, the flawed creator, the divine spark within, would resurface throughout Christian history, in the Manichaeans, in medieval Catharism, in Renaissance Hermeticism, in modern esotericism. The Pleroma, declared dead by Orthodox decree, would prove remarkably resilient. At the heart of Gnostic cosmology lies a figure both fascinating and disturbing, the demiurge. The word comes from Greek demiurgos, meaning craftsman or artisan. In Plato's Timaeus, the demiurge is a benevolent creator figure who fashions the material world according to eternal patterns, bringing order to chaos. But in Gnostic texts, the demiurge is transformed into something darker, an ignorant, arrogant deity who mistakes himself for the supreme God and traps spiritual beings in the prison of matter. The Apocryphon of John, one of the most important texts discovered at Nag Hammadi, provides the fullest account of the demiurge's origin and nature. The text survives in 4 manuscript versions, 3 from Nag Hammadi and 1 from the Berlin Gnostic Codex, suggesting it was widely circulated and highly valued. It presents itself as a secret revelation given by the risen Christ to John, son of Zebedee, answering John's questions about the nature of the Father, the origin of evil, and the destiny of the human race. The text begins in the Pleroma, the realm of divine fullness. The supreme God, called the invisible Spirit or the Father, is described in negative terms: uncontainable, immeasurable, imperishable, incomprehensible. This is the God beyond all concepts, beyond all language. From this supreme unity there emanates a series of aeons, divine powers or aspects of the Godhead. Among these aeons is Sophia, whose name means wisdom. Sophia, according to the Apocryphon, desired to produce something from herself alone, without the consent of the Spirit and without her consort. This act of independent will, undertaken without the unity of the Pleroma, produced a defective offspring. The text describes Sophia's shock at what she had created. She saw her creation was unlike her in form, having the appearance of a serpent and a lion. His eyes flashed with fire. She cast him away from her, outside that place, so that none of the immortals might see him. This creature, born of ignorance and deficiency, is the demiurge. The demiurge, called Yaldabaoth in the Apocryphon, a name whose etymology remains debated, is described as possessing the face of a lion and the body of a serpent, a composite creature suggesting chaos and predation. Ignorant of the Pleroma from which his mother Sophia had fallen, Yaldabaoth believes himself to be the only God. He proclaims, "I am God and there is no other God beside me," echoing the words attributed to the God of Israel in the Hebrew Bible. This claim, the text suggests, reveals his ignorance. He does not know the true God because he was created in deficiency, outside the fullness of the Pleroma. Yaldabaoth proceeds to create his own realm. He generates 12 archons, authorities who will rule over the material cosmos. With these powers, he fashions the physical universe, the 7 heavens, the earth, the elements, as an imitation of the Pleroma he does not remember, but somehow dimly reflects. The cosmos in this reading is a shadow, a counterfeit, a distorted copy of the true divine realm. But the creation of the material world is not the end of the story. According to the Apocryphon, Yaldabaoth and his archons hear a voice from above, the voice of Sophia or the Pleroma itself, saying, "Man exists and the Son of Man." Following this pattern, they create Adam, the first human being, fashioning his physical form from the elements. But Adam remains inert, lifeless. He cannot move or stand. The archons cannot animate their creation because they themselves lack the divine pneuma, the living spirit. Here the text reaches its climactic moment. Sophia, regretting the chain of events her deficiency set in motion, and the other powers of the Pleroma devise a plan. They cause Yaldabaoth to breathe into Adam, and when he does, he unknowingly transfers into Adam a portion of the divine power that Sophia had passed to him. This is the pneumatic spark, the fragment of the Pleroma itself now trapped within the material body. Adam comes to life. He stands. And immediately, Yaldabaoth and the archons realize he is superior to them in knowledge and light. In fear and jealousy, they cast Adam down, clothing him in a body of flesh, a tomb of matter, hoping to imprison the divine light within him. The implications of this myth are staggering. The God of Genesis, the creator who says, "Let there be light," and fashions Adam from dust, is revealed not as the supreme deity, but as an ignorant pretender. The creation of the world is not an act of love, but an act of arrogance. The human condition, embodied existence, is not a blessing but a trap. And yet, Within each human being, or at least within some humans, there dwells a fragment of the true God, a spark of light that predates the material cosmos. The hypostasis of the Archons, another Nag Hammadi text, presents a similar narrative with variations. In this text, the arrogance of the demiurge is even more pronounced. He declares, "It is I who am God. There is none apart from me." Immediately a voice comes from the highest realm. "You are mistaken, Samael," using another name for the demiurge that means blind god. The text portrays the Archons as jealous, violent, and lustful, constantly attempting to dominate and control the spiritual elements they cannot understand. This reinterpretation of Genesis was, from the perspective of proto-Orthodox Christianity, outrageous blasphemy. Irenaeus devoted entire sections of his Against Heresies to refuting it. He insisted that the God of the Hebrew Bible and the Father of Jesus Christ were one and the same, that creation was good, and that the Gnostic reading was a perverse misreading of Scripture. Tertullian accused the Gnostics of inventing blasphemous mythology to justify their rejection of the Creator. Hippolytus argued that the demiurge concept was borrowed from Plato and had no basis in apostolic teaching. But for those who embraced the Gnostic vision, the demiurge myth explained what Orthodox theology could not: the problem of evil. If the world was created by an all-powerful, all-knowing, perfectly good God, why was it so full of suffering? Why disease, death, predation, injustice? The Orthodox answer, that evil entered through human sin, was, to the Gnostics, inadequate. Human sin might explain moral evil, but what about natural evil? What about earthquakes, plagues, the suffering of innocents? What about the structure of the world itself, in which all life depends on death, in which to eat is to kill? The demiurge myth offered an explanation. The world is flawed because its creator is flawed. Yaldabaoth did not know the good. He could not create a good world. The best he could do was imitate, imperfectly, a perfection he could not comprehend. The result was a cosmos shot through with suffering, instability, and death. Not because evil is powerful, but because ignorance is. This was not dualism in the strict sense. The Gnostics were not Zoroastrians, positing two equal and opposite powers, one good and one evil, locked in eternal combat. The demiurge was not evil in the sense of actively malevolent. He was ignorant. He was deficient. He was, in some texts, even pitiable. His arrogance stemmed from his lack of knowledge. He proclaimed himself supreme because he knew nothing higher. In some Gnostic texts, particularly those with a Valentinian flavour, Sophia's fall and the demiurge's creation are eventually redeemed. The Pleroma reaches down through Christ or another saviour figure to awaken the pneumatic elements imprisoned in matter. Even Sophia, and through her the demiurge, can be restored to wholeness. But the emotional impact of the myth was unmistakable. This world is not home. The creator of this world is not your father. You owe him nothing. Your true origin lies elsewhere, in a realm of light that this world can only dimly reflect. This narrative resonated powerfully in the cultural context of the 2nd and 3rd centuries. The Roman Empire, for all its administrative achievements, was a world of stark inequality, endemic violence, and pervasive precarity. Life expectancy was perhaps 30 years. Most people lived in poverty. Slavery was ubiquitous. Disease was constant. For those on the bottom of the social hierarchy, and many early Christians were slaves, freedmen, or urban poor, the world could easily seem like a prison ruled by the malevolent powers. Gnostic cosmology gave this feeling metaphysical validation. The Archons were not metaphors. They were real cosmic powers, the invisible forces behind visible oppression. The demiurge was not a symbol. He was the god of this world, the source of its cruelty. To recognize this was the first step toward liberation. To see the world not as it presented itself, stable, necessary, divinely ordained, but as a construct, an illusion, a trap, was to begin the process of gnosis. The proto-Orthodox response to this cosmology was vigorous and multifaceted. On the theological level, Church Fathers argued for the goodness of creation, the continuity between the God of Israel and the Father of Jesus, and the reality of the Incarnation. If the material world was evil or illusory, they argued, then Christ could not have truly been born in flesh. The Gnostic view led inevitably to Docetism, the claim that Christ only appeared to be human, that his suffering was an illusion. Against this, the Orthodox insisted on the reality of the Incarnation, the crucifixion, and the bodily resurrection. Matter, they proclaimed, was not evil. It was the creation of the good God and could be redeemed. On the pastoral level, Orthodox leaders warned that Gnostic teaching led to despair or to libertinism. If the world was irredeemable, why try to improve it? Why practice virtue? The Gnostic answer, that the pneumatic transcended conventional morality, seemed to Orthodox ears like an excuse for license. In practice, many Gnostic groups were highly ascetic, renouncing wealth, sex, and worldly power. But the logic of their cosmology, the Orthodox argued, undermined ethical commitment. On the political level, the conflict over the demiurge was a conflict over authority. If the God of Genesis was not supreme, then the entire edifice of biblical authority, apostolic succession, and ecclesiastical hierarchy was built on sand. The bishops claimed authority as successors of the apostles, who was sent by Christ, who was sent by the Father, who was the creator of the world. Break that chain, and the authority evaporates. The Gnostics, perhaps inadvertently, threatened the very foundation of the institutional church. By the 4th century after Constantine's conversion and the Council of Nicaea, the imperial state joined the church in suppressing Gnostic teaching. The Theodosian Code mandated the confiscation of Gnostic writings. Communities that harboured such texts could be prosecuted. The Great Library of Alexandria, long a haven for diverse philosophical and religious traditions, was gradually purged of heretical material. Christian mobs, empowered by imperial decrees, destroyed pagan temples, but they also targeted heretical Christian texts and communities. In this environment, the texts that preserved the full articulation of Gnostic cosmology, including the Apocryphon of John, the Hypostasis of the Archons, and dozens of others, became dangerous to possess. They were copied for the last time, bound into codices, and hidden. For 16 centuries, the demiurge survived only in the polemical descriptions of Irenaeus and his successors. The shadow world he allegedly created was the only world anyone knew, until 45, when the codices returned to light, and with them the full, strange, haunting vision of the reality as prison, matter, as mistake, and the true God as infinitely distant, infinitely other, infinitely beyond the reach of the powers that rule this world. The Pleroma is not a place. It cannot be mapped in space, measured in time, or visualized in material terms. To speak of the Pleroma is to speak of divine fullness itself, the totality of God, the infinite depths of the transcendent reality from which all existence flows. Yet the Gnostic texts, particularly those of the Valentinian school, attempt the impossible. They map the Pleroma, giving names and relationships to its constituent powers, tracing the internal structure of the Godhead itself. This might seem like presumption, an attempt to reduce the infinite to the finite. But for the Valentinians, theology was not about definition, but about contemplation. The elaborate systems they constructed, the hierarchies of aeons, the intricate genealogies of divine emanations, were not meant as literal descriptions, but as meditation tools, conceptual scaffolding to help the mind ascend beyond the material toward the unspeakable. The most detailed map of the Pleroma comes from Valentinian sources, particularly as described by Irenaeus in Against Heresies, and as articulated in texts discovered at Nag Hammadi, including the tripartite tractate and fragments attributed to Ptolemy, a major Valentinian teacher of the mid-2nd century. These sources describe a system of 30 aeons organized in a precise structure. At the absolute beginning, beyond all beginning, is the supreme God, called by various names: the Father, the Depth, Bythos, the Ineffable One, the Invisible Spirit. This ultimate reality is utterly transcendent, beyond all attributes, beyond being and non-being. In Valentinian thought, the Father exists in union with his consort, silence, sea, also called grace, charis. The Father is the unmanifest potential. Silence is the receptive ground of all manifestation. Together they form the first syzygy, the primal pair from which all subsequent emanation flows. From the union of depth and silence, the first emanation occurs, the generation of mind, nous, and truth, aletheia. Mind is the Father's first self-reflection, the moment when the unknowable becomes, in some sense, knowable to itself. Truth is the faithful reflection, the perfect mirror. Mind and truth together constitute the second syzygy, the beginning of articulation within the divine fullness. From mind and truth comes the third emanation, word, logos, and life, Zoe. Logos is the principle of expression, the means by which the divine manifests itself. Life is the animating power, the vitality that sustains existence. These four syzygies, depth, silence, mind, truth, word, life, and the yet-to-be-named fourth pair, constitute the Ogdoad, the first 8 eons, the most exalted region of the Pleroma. The fourth emanation from word and life produces man, anthropos, and church, ecclesia. Here the cosmic drama begins to touch human experience. Anthropos represents the ideal human, the divine archetype of humanity before its fall into matter. Ecclesia is the assembly, the community, the principle of divine fellowship. Together they complete the Ogdoad. But the emanation does not stop there. From Anthropos and Ecclesia come 10 additional aeons, arranged in 5 syzygies constituting the Decad. Their names vary in different Valentinian sources, but typically include pairs like deep and mingling, unaging and union, self-grown and pleasure, immovable and blending, only begotten and unity. These names are not arbitrary. Each attempts to capture an aspect of the divine life, its stability, its internal harmony, its self-sufficiency, its bliss. Finally, from word and life comes a third generation of 12 aeons, the Dodecadcal, arranged in 6 pairs. These include Paraclete and Faith, paternal and hope, maternal and love, evermind and understanding, ecclesiastical and blessedness, desired and wisdom, Sophia. With these 12, the Pleroma reaches its full complement of 30 aeons, the Ogdoad 8, the Decad 10, and the Dodecad 12. This structure is not random numerology, it reflects a deep symbolic logic. 30 aeons, organized in a hierarchy of emanation, represent the fullness and perfection of the divine life. The number 30 itself may have significance. It was the age at which Jesus began his ministry according to the Gospels, suggesting a connection between the structure of the Pleroma and the structure of salvation history. More importantly, the system captures a philosophical insight. The transcendent God cannot remain utterly transcendent and also be the God of creation, salvation, and relationship. There must be mediation, a chain of being that connects the absolute with the relative, the infinite with the finite. The eons are these mediations. They are not separate gods, but dimensions of the one God, each representing a stage in the process by which the unknowable makes itself known. This is similar to, but distinct from, the Neoplatonic philosophy that would later be developed by Plotinus in the 3rd century. Plotinus described a hierarchy of reality: the one, the intellect, the soul, and nature, each level emanating from the one above it. The Valentinian Pleroma operates on a similar principle, but with a crucial difference. The Valentinian system emphasizes personal relationships, syzygies, pairs in union. The Pleroma is not just a hierarchy of being, but a community of love, a divine ecosystem in which each aeon exists in perfect harmony with the others. Within the Pleroma, all aeons dwell in unity, knowledge, and peace. Each aeon knows its place, understands its relationship to the whole, and rests in contemplation of the Father. The Father himself remains invisible to the aeons, except to the mind, his first emanation, who alone can comprehend the incomprehensible. The other aeons desire to know the Father, but cannot grasp his infinity. This desire is not problematic so long as it remains within the bounds of proper relationship, so long as the aeons remain in their syzygies, their divine partnerships. But desire, even holy desire, can become distorted. And here the Valentinian myth takes its tragic turn. Sophia, the youngest of the aeons, the 30th and last, dwells at the edge of the Pleroma. Her name means wisdom, but her position suggests vulnerability. She is furthest from the source, most distant from the Father. According to the Valentinian myth as reported by Irenaeus, Sophia desired to comprehend the Father. This desire was not sinful in itself. All the aeons desired the Father, but Sophia's desire became unbalanced. She attempted to comprehend the incomprehensible alone, without her consort, without the mediation of mind. She sought to reach beyond her station, to grasp what could not be grasped. The result was catastrophe. Sophia's individual striving, undertaken outside the harmony of the syzygies, produced not knowledge but ignorance, not fullness but deficiency. She began to suffer, to experience passion, pathos, disturbance utterly foreign to the Pleroma. This passion threatened to dissolve her substance, to pull her out of the divine fullness altogether. In some versions of the myth, Sophia fell from the Pleroma. In others, she was on the verge of dissolution when the other aeons intervened. Horos, the limit or boundary, a power generated by the Father to maintain the integrity of the Pleroma, restrained Sophia. Her passion was separated from her, expelled from the Pleroma, and became the basis for the world outside. Sophia herself was restored to wholeness and returned to her place within the fullness. But her passion, her deficiency, now existed outside the Pleroma as a kind of proto-matter, formless and chaotic. This deficient substance, called Achamoth, or the lower Sophia, would give birth to the demiurge and through him to the material cosmos. This myth is dense, multi-layered, and can be read on multiple levels. Cosmologically, it explains the origin of the material world without attributing evil or error to the supreme God. Psychologically, it describes the danger of isolated ego striving, the attempt to achieve transcendence through individual effort rather than through relationship and community. Spiritually, it portrays the fall not as moral failure, but as intellectual overreach, a mistake born of good intentions. The proto-Orthodox Christians found this myth incomprehensible and offensive. Irenaeus complained that the Valentinians multiplied divine beings unnecessarily, creating a mythology more elaborate than anything in pagan religion. He mocked the idea of divine passions, divine mistakes, divine restoration. The Christian God, Irenaeus insisted, was immutable, impassible, not subject to change or suffering. The Valentinian Pleroma, with its internal dramas and its vulnerable aeons, seemed to him a projection of human psychology onto the divine. But the Valentinians were not naive. They knew they were speaking in mythic language, using metaphor and symbol to point towards truths that exceeded literal description. The Pleroma was not a place with citizens who made mistakes. It was a way of thinking about the relationship between unity and multiplicity, transcendence and immanence, perfection and the conditions of manifestation. The myth of Sophia's fall was not history but theology. an attempt to grapple with the most difficult of all questions. How did a perfect, unified, transcendent reality give rise to an imperfect, divided, material world? The answer in Valentinian thought was not that the material world was evil, but that it was deficient. It was a shadow, an echo, a distorted reflection of the Pleroma. The demiurge born from Sophia's passion created the world in ignorance, not malice. He imitated the pattern of the Pleroma without understanding it, producing a cosmos that had structure but lacked fullness, that had form but lacked light. And yet, within this deficient world, fragments of the Pleroma remained. The pneumatic spark within human beings was not native to matter. It was a fragment of the divine that had fallen, or been sent, or been trapped in the material realm. The task of salvation, therefore, was not to transform matter, but to liberate the pneumatic element from it, to guide it back to its source in the Pleroma. This return was not automatic. It required gnosis, the awakening of the pneumatic seed to its true identity, and this gnosis could not be achieved through the efforts of the demiurge or his agents. It required intervention from above, a messenger from the Pleroma itself. In Valentinian thought, this messenger is Christ, but Christ understood in a particular way. He is not the son of the demiurge, not the Jewish Messiah in any conventional sense. He is an aeon from the Pleroma, the perfect fruit of all the aeons together, sent into the material world to awaken the sleeping pneumatic sparks. In some Valentinian texts, Christ is said to have descended through the heavenly spheres, taking on a different form in each, until he appeared in the world in the guise of a human being. He did not truly suffer or die because he was not truly material. His earthly appearance was a vehicle, a mechanism for delivering the message of gnosis. This Christology was, predictably, anathema to the proto-orthodox. They insisted that Christ was truly human, truly suffered, truly died, truly rose in the flesh. The Valentinian Christ, they argued, was a phantom, and a Valentinian salvation that rejected the material body was not Christian salvation at all. Yet the Valentinian response was that the proto-orthodox had confused the message with the messenger, the symbol with the reality. The point of Christ's appearance was not the death of a body, but the transmission of knowledge. The cross was not a sacrifice to appease the demiurge, but a symbol of the separation between the pneumatic and the material. The resurrection was not the revival of flesh, but the demonstration that the true self cannot be killed. These debates raged through the 2nd and 3rd centuries, generating enormous amounts of polemic literature. But beneath the theological technicalities lay a fundamental disagreement about the nature of reality. For the proto-orthodox, the material world was God's creation, flawed by human sin but redeemable. For the Valentinians, the material world was a shadow, a prison, valuable only insofar as it contained fragments of the divine awaiting liberation. The tripartite tractate discovered at Nag Hammadi presents one of the most sophisticated versions of Valentinian cosmology. Unlike the simplified summaries provided by Irenaeus, the tripartite tractate shows the internal logic and philosophical depth of Valentinian thought. It describes the Pleroma as a community of free, rational beings who exist in perfect knowledge of their source. The fall of Sophia is treated not as a moral failure, but as an inevitable risk of freedom. The creation of the material world is not punishment, but pedagogy. The demiurge is not evil, but ignorant, and his ignorance can be enlightened. The entire cosmic process, from the fullness of the Pleroma to the deficiency of matter, is ultimately a circle that will close, a wound that will heal when all pneumatic elements return to their source. This vision of cosmic restoration, sometimes called apokatastasis, was more optimistic than later Gnostic systems like Manichaeism, which portrayed a stark dualism between light and darkness. The Valentinians believed that even matter, once purged of ignorance, would be transfigured. The Pleroma would not simply reabsorb the pneumatic sparks and discard the rest. The entire creation would be restored to the fullness from which it had, in a sense, never truly departed. This restoration would not occur through force, but through knowledge. As each pneumatic individual awakened to gnosis, recognized their true origin, and remembered the Pleroma, they would gradually disentangle themselves from matter. At the end of the age, when all who could be saved had been saved, the boundary between the Pleroma and the cosmos would dissolve. The Demiurge himself, according to some accounts, would acknowledge the true God and take his place in the restored order. Sophia would be fully healed, and the Pleroma, which had never truly been divided, would recognize itself once more as whole. This eschatology was radically different from the apocalyptic visions of early Christianity, which expected a dramatic intervention, a final judgment, a resurrection of the dead, and a new heaven and earth. The Valentinian eschatology was quieter, more inward. It did not wait for the end of the world. It began now, in the mind of each individual who achieved gnosis. The end times were not chronological but cognitive. The kingdom was not coming. It was already present, for those who had eyes to see. If the Pleroma is the true reality, and the material cosmos is a shadow, then what are human beings? This question lies at the centre of Gnostic anthropology, and the answer profoundly reinterprets the human condition. In Genesis, the human being is created in the image of God, formed from the dust of the earth, animated by the breath of God. This image affirms the goodness of embodied existence and the inherent dignity of humanity as God's creation. But for the Gnostics, this narrative conceals a more complex truth. The human being is not simply the creation of the Demiurge. The human being is a hybrid, a composite of elements from different ontological levels, body from matter, soul from the Demiurge, and spirit from the Pleroma itself. The Apocryphon of John describes the creation of humanity in two stages. First, the Demiurge and his archons fashion a body, an inert form modelled on the image of the primal human, the anthropes of the Pleroma. This body is purely material, unable to move or think. The archons invest it with psychic faculties, desire, fear, anger, but it remains lifeless. Only when the Demiurge, tricked by the higher powers, breathes into Adam does the human come alive, but what he breathes is not merely psychic animation. It is pneuma, the divine psyche, the fragment of Sophia's own power that had been transmitted to the Demiurge without his knowledge. This pneumatic element is the true human, the immortal core, trapped within the layers of soul and body. This anthropology divides humanity into three categories, a division with profound implications. The hylic material human is dominated by the body, driven by physical appetites, incapable of transcending the material condition. The psychic human possesses reason and moral capacity, can distinguish good from evil, and can achieve a limited salvation through faith and works. But the psychic remains under the authority of the Demiurge. Salvation for the psychic means a heavenly reward within the Demiurge's cosmos, not return to the Pleroma. The pneumatic human, by contrast, carries the divine spark. This spark is not earned. It is not the result of moral effort or religious devotion. It is an ontological fact, a given of identity. The pneumatic human is, at the deepest level, a fragment of the Pleroma itself, exiled in the material world but never truly belonging to it. The pneumatic does not need to become divine. The pneumatic needs to remember divinity. This creates a fundamental reinterpretation of salvation. In proto-Orthodox Christianity, salvation is about reconciliation with God, forgiveness of sins, transformation of the will, and incorporation into the church. It is relational, moral, and communal. In Gnostic thought, salvation is about recognition, awakening, and return. It is cognitive, existential, and individual. The pneumatic is not saved from sin. The pneumatic is saved from ignorance. This ignorance is not simple lack of information. It is a cosmic condition described in the Gnostic texts as sleep, intoxication, or amnesia. The material world ruled by the archons actively obscures the truth. The archons fear the pneumatic humans because they sense dimly that these humans possess something superior to their own nature, and so the archons work to keep humanity asleep, distracted, entangled in material concerns, convinced that the visible world is the only world. The Gospel of Truth, discovered at Nag Hammadi and attributed by some scholars to Valentinus himself, describes this condition with psychological precision. It speaks of error as a fog, a mist that produces anguish and terror. Ignorance of the Father generates a nightmare, a false reality in which the person is lost, pursued, paralyzed. Ignorance of the Father brought about anguish and terror, the text says, and the anguish grew solid like a fog, so that no one could see. The material world in this view is the product of anguish made solid, terror given form. Against this nightmare, gnosis is awakening. The Gospel of Truth continues. When the Father was known, ignorance was dissolved. Knowledge is not information but recognition, the sudden awareness of one's true identity. The moment the pneumatic individual recognizes their divine origin, the power of the material world is broken. The archons lose their hold, the terror dissolves. But how does this recognition occur? The Gnostic texts describe various means. Sometimes gnosis comes through a teacher, a pneumatic guide who has already awakened and can help others. Sometimes it comes through scripture, rightly interpreted. Sometimes it comes through ritual, through symbolic acts that trigger recognition. And sometimes it comes through visions or mystical experiences, direct encounters with the divine realm. The Hymn of the Pearl, preserved in the Acts of Thomas, is one of the most beautiful expressions of the Gnostic understanding of awakening. The story is simple. A prince is sent from his homeland in the east to Egypt to retrieve a pearl guarded by a serpent. He is given royal robes and provisions for the journey. But when he arrives in Egypt, he is overcome by the food and drink of that land, falls into a deep sleep, and forgets his mission. He forgets who he is, where he came from, and why he came. Years pass, then his parents send him a letter. Awaken from your sleep. Remember that you are the son of kings. Remember the pearl. The letter wakes him. He remembers. He overcomes the serpent, seizes the pearl and returns home, where he is clothed again in his royal garments. The allegory is transparent. The prince is the pneumatic soul, the east is the Pleroma. Egypt is the material world. The pearl is gnosis, or perhaps the pneumatic spark itself. The sleep is ignorance. The letter is the message from the divine realm, the gospel that awakens. The story captures the essential Gnostic narrative. We are not from here. We are asleep. We have forgotten, but we can be reminded. This narrative resonated deeply in the Gnostic communities. Initiation rituals described in fragmentary texts and in the hostile accounts of heresiologists often enacted this process of awakening. The initiate would be led through symbolic death and rebirth, would receive secret teachings, would be told their true name, their heavenly identity. In the Gospel of Philip, another Nag Hammadi text, there is a saying, "The one who has been anointed possesses everything. He possesses the resurrection, the light, the cross, the Holy Spirit." The anointing is a symbol of recognition, the moment when the pneumatic element within is acknowledged and activated. But gnosis was not only ritualistic, it was also ethical and contemplative. The Gnostic communities, despite the accusations of their opponents, often practiced rigorous asceticism. If the material world is a prison, then detachment from material goods, from physical pleasures, from worldly ambitions is a logical response. Many Gnostic texts advocate celibacy, fasting, poverty, and solitude. The Gospel of Thomas, a collection of 114 sayings attributed to Jesus, includes teachings that sound radically ascetic. Blessed are the solitary and elect, for you will find the kingdom. If you do not fast from the world, you will not find the kingdom. At the same time, other Gnostic texts suggest a more antinomian stance. If the laws of the material world come from the demiurge, and if the pneumatic is beyond those laws, then conventional morality might be irrelevant. Irenaeus and other heresiologists accuse certain Gnostic groups, particularly the Carpocratians, of libertine practices, claiming they engaged in ritual promiscuity and taught that the pneumatic could sin freely because the material body was irrelevant to the spirit. Whether these accusations were true or merely polemical slander is impossible to determine from the surviving evidence. It is likely that different Gnostic groups took different ethical stances, some ascetic, some libertine, most somewhere in between. What unified them was not a single ethical code, but a shared conviction. The true self is not the body. The true self is the pneumatic's spark, and its destiny is return to the Pleroma. This conviction had profound psychological effects. It created a sense of dual identity. The Gnostic lived in the world but was not of it. The Gnostic participated in society, working, eating, relating, but always with an inner reservation, an awareness that this was not ultimate reality. This double consciousness could be liberating. It meant that the hardships of life, poverty, illness, persecution, were not ultimate. They affected the body, perhaps the psyche, but not the pneumatic core. Suffering was real but not final. Death was a transition, not an end. For the pneumatic, death was the moment when the spirit, freed from the body, began its ascent through the archonic spheres back to the Pleroma. The Gnostic texts describe this ascent in detail. The soul, leaving the body, must pass through the realms governed by the archons. At each level, the archons challenge the ascending soul, demanding to know by what authority it presumes to pass. The soul must give passwords, sacred names, formulas that demonstrate its pneumatic identity. These formulas were taught in Gnostic initiation rituals, memorized and spoken at death. With the right knowledge, the soul passed through. Without it, the soul was trapped, perhaps even forced to reincarnate in another body to continue its learning. This belief in the ascent of the soul resembles the later Hermetic teachings, the Mithraic mysteries, and certain strands of Platonic philosophy. It was part of the broader religious culture of the Hellenistic world, a world in which the cosmos was understood as a hierarchy of powers, and salvation involved ascending through them to reach the divine source. But the Gnostic version had a unique twist. The archons were not neutral gatekeepers. They were hostile. They sought to prevent the soul's escape. They were, in a sense, jailers. And the material world itself was the prison. The body was a cell, birth was capture. Life was a sentence, and death was the opportunity for parole, if one had the knowledge to navigate the way out. This was not a cheerful vision. It did not promise easy salvation or universal restoration. It placed the burden of liberation squarely on the individual. You must wake up. You must remember. You must learn the passwords, the names, the paths, and no one can do this for you. The church cannot save you. The sacraments cannot save you. Even Christ, the messenger from the Pleroma, can only show you the way. You must walk it yourself. And yet paradoxically, this very burden was also a gift. It meant that salvation was not dependent on external authorities, not mediated by priests, not subject to institutional control. It was yours. The divine spark within you is incorruptible, indestructible, eternal. No matter how deep the sleep, it could be awakened. No matter how heavy the chains, they could be broken. The Pleroma, the realm of light, was not far away. It was, in a sense, closer than your own breath, buried within you, waiting. The consolidation of proto-Orthodox Christianity in the 3rd and 4th centuries was not merely a theological victory, it was a political operation carried out with increasing coordination between ecclesiastical authorities and imperial power. The Gnostics, along with other alternative Christianities, Marcionites, Montanists, Arians, became targets of systematic suppression. Persecution of Gnostics began long before the Imperial Alliance. Already in the late 2nd century, bishops were using their authority to exclude Gnostic teachers from church assemblies, to refuse them communion, to denounce them publicly. Irenaeus's Against Heresies was not merely an intellectual exercise, it was a tool of social control, designed to give local bishops the arguments they needed to identify and expel heretics. Tertullian's polemics served the same function in North Africa. Hippolytus's refutation of all heresies provided ammunition for the anti-Gnostic campaign in Rome. These early efforts relied on persuasion and social pressure. A bishop could not arrest a heretic, he could only excommunicate, exclude, denounce. But excommunication in a close-knit religious community was a serious matter. It meant social isolation, economic hardship, and the terror of divine judgment. For many, the threat of excommunication was enough to enforce conformity. But some Gnostic groups operated outside the emerging ecclesiastical structure altogether. They formed their own communities, held their own rituals, developed their own lines of teaching authority. These groups were harder to suppress. They did not care if the Bishop of Rome or Carthage refused to recognize them. They claimed a different apostolic lineage, a secret tradition handed down from Jesus through Thomas or Mary Magdalene, or other figures outside the 12. The proto-Orthodox response was to deny the legitimacy of these claims. They insisted only one apostolic tradition, transmitted through the publicly recognized succession of bishops. All other claims were fraudulent. Irenaeus devoted considerable effort to tracing the succession of bishops in Rome, arguing that the visible, verifiable chain of authority was the guarantee of authentic teaching. Secret traditions, by definition, could not be verified. They were therefore suspect. This argument worked in urban centres where the episcopal structure was strong. But in rural areas, in Egypt, Syria, and other regions where Christianity had spread rapidly, but institutions were weak, Gnostic and other alternative Christianities flourished. The Coptic-speaking regions of Egypt in particular became a haven for diverse Christian traditions. Monasticism, which began in Egypt in the 3rd century, attracted both Orthodox and heterodox Christians. Hermits and ascetic communities in the desert practiced forms of Christianity that often blended Orthodox theology with Gnostic, Hermetic, and Neoplatonic ideas. The imperial turn changed everything. When Constantine converted in the early 4th century and began using the church as an instrument of political unity, heresy became a matter of state. Constantine's primary concern was not theological purity but social order. He needed the church to be united, disciplined, and capable of supporting imperial authority. A fractured Christianity with competing sects and endless doctrinal disputes was useless to him. The Council of Nicaea in 325 CE was Constantine's solution. By gathering bishops from across the empire and forcing them to agree on a creed, he created a standard of orthodoxy that could be enforced by law. The Nicene Creed, affirming that the Father and the Son were of one substance, homoousios, became the official theology of the empire. Those who refused to accept it were labelled heretics and subject to imperial sanction. The immediate target at Nicaea was Arianism, the teaching that Christ was a created being subordinate to the Father. But the logic of Nicaea applied equally to Gnosticism. If Christ was homoousios with the Father, then he was fully divine. If he was fully divine, then he was also the creator of the world, not an emissary from a realm beyond creation. The entire Gnostic cosmology, the transcendent Father, the ignorant demiurge, the Pleroma above and beyond the material, was incompatible with Nicene orthodoxy. In the decades following Nicaea, imperial legislation increasingly targeted heretics. The Theodosian Code, compiled in the early 5th century, contains numerous laws against heresy. Heretics were forbidden to assemble, to ordain clergy, to own churches. Their property could be confiscated. They could be fined, exiled, or worse. The code specifically names Manichaeans, Arians, Donatists, and other groups, but the category of heresy was expansive. Anyone who deviated from the Nicene standard was at risk. For Gnostic communities, this legal persecution was devastating. They could not openly gather. They could not openly teach. Possession of Gnostic texts became dangerous. Libraries were raided. Codices were confiscated and burned. Teachers were arrested. The institutional apparatus of the empire, police, courts, informers, was turned against them. But texts are hard to destroy completely. Some were hidden, some were buried. The Nag Hammadi codices, sealed in a jar and placed in a cave near the cliffs above the Nile, represent one such act of preservation. We do not know who hid them or exactly when. The codices themselves can be dated to the 4th century based on paleography and the material characteristics of the papyrus and binding. They were likely copied in a monastic scriptorium somewhere in the Nag Hammadi region. Whether they were hidden because of imperial persecution, or because of conflicts within the monastic community, or for some other reason, remains uncertain. What is certain is that they were carefully wrapped, sealed, and buried with the intention that they might someday be recovered. The psychological toll of persecution on Gnostic communities can only be imagined. To believe that you possess the true teaching, that you have awakened from the cosmic sleep, that you carry within you a fragment of the divine, and then to be hunted, silenced, declared a criminal by the most powerful empire on earth, this must have produced a profound sense of betrayal and despair. Some undoubtedly conformed, hiding their beliefs, outwardly accepting orthodox teaching. Some fled to remote areas, some may have died defending their convictions. The historical record of this persecution is fragmentary. The victors write the history, and the proto-Orthodox had no interest in preserving a sympathetic account of the heretics they suppressed. What we have are the laws, the polemics, and the silence. The great Gnostic teachers of the 2nd and 3rd centuries, Valentinus, Basilides, Ptolemy, Heracleon, Theodotus, produced voluminous writings. Nearly all are lost. We have their opponents' descriptions, a few fragments, and the texts hidden in the desert. By the end of the 4th century, Gnostic Christianity as an organized movement had been effectively destroyed. A few groups survived in marginal areas, but they were shadows of their former selves. The Mandaeans, a Gnostic sect that still exists today in Iraq and Iran, may represent a survival of ancient Gnosticism, though their origins are dispute. The Manichaeans, followers of the Persian prophet Mani, who synthesized Gnostic, Christian, Zoroastrian and Buddhist elements into a new religion, spread across the Roman Empire and beyond, reaching as far as China. But Manichaeism faced even harsher persecution than Gnosticism, and by the Middle Ages it too had been largely exterminated. The Pleroma, declared non-existent by ecumenical councils and imperial decrees, faded from Christian consciousness. The demiurge was forgotten, or rather, he was re-identified with the devil, a fallen angel rather than an ignorant creator. The pneumatic spark, the divine element within humanity, was reinterpreted as the soul created by God, not a fragment of God. The Gnostic vision of reality as a prison, matter as a mistake, and the true God as infinitely beyond the Creator, all of this was relegated to the category of ancient heresy, a dead end in the history of Christian thought. But ideas, like texts, have a way of surviving. Gnostic themes would resurface in medieval mysticism, in Cathar dualism, in Renaissance Hermeticism, in Romantic poetry and modern existentialism. The feeling of alienation, the sense that this world is not home, the longing for a reality more real than the one we see, These are not easily suppressed. They recur in every age, wearing new masks, speaking new languages, but expressing the same ancient intuition, that the world is not what it seems, and that we are not what we think we are. At the heart of Gnostic mythology lies a narrative of cosmic tragedy, the fall of Sophia. This myth, preserved in multiple versions across various Gnostic texts, is not merely a story about divine beings. It is a meditation on the nature of desire, knowledge, and the fragility of cosmic order. It attempts to answer the most troubling of questions. If God is perfect, how did imperfection arise? The fullest account of Sophia's fall appears in the Apocryphon of John. The text, discovered in 3 copies at Nag Hammadi and one in the Berlin Gnostic Codex, clearly held significant importance in Gnostic communities. It presents the myth not as ancient history but as revelation, a secret teaching passed from the risen Christ to John. The story begins in the Pleroma, in the realm of divine fullness where all the eons dwell in perfect harmony. Sophia, wisdom, is the youngest and last of the aeons, positioned at the edge of the divine realm. Her placement is significant. She is at the boundary between the Pleroma and what lies beyond, between fullness and void, between knowledge and ignorance. According to the Apocryphon, Sophia gazed into the Father, the supreme girl, the source of all emanation. This gazing was natural. All the aeons contemplated the Father, but Sophia's contemplation became something more. She desired not merely to know the Father, but to comprehend him, to grasp his infinity. The text describes her thought. She wanted to bring forth something like herself without the consent of the Spirit, who had not given approval, and without her consort, and without his consideration. This act, acting alone without her consort, without the harmony of the syzygy, was the critical error. In the Valentinian system, the eons exist in pairs, male and female, in perfect complementarity. To act as an individual in isolation was to step outside the structure of the Pleroma itself. It was, in a sense, the first act of ego, the first assertion of separate will. The result of Sophia's isolated action was not divine creation, but cosmic catastrophe. What came forth from her was not like her at all. Instead of a divine emanation, she produced a deficiency, a distortion. The text describes her reaction. And it came to pass that her thought was not idle, and something imperfect came forth from her, different from her appearance because she had made it without her consort, and it did not resemble its mother, for it was different in form. The creature that emerged was monstrous, described as having the face of a lion and the body of a serpent, its eyes flashing with fire. This was not a god but an abortion, a thing that should not be. Sophia, looking at what she had produced, was filled with shame and horror. She cast it away from her, outside the Pleroma, into the darkness beyond the boundary, so that none of the immortal eons would see it. This creature, cast into the void, was the demiurge, Yaldabaoth, Saklas, Samael, known by many names in the Gnostic texts. Born of deficiency, ignorant of the Pleroma from which his mother had come, he opened his eyes in the darkness and believed himself to be alone. The text records his proclamation, "I am God, and there is no other God beside me." This claim echoes Deutero-Isaiah, where the God of Israel declares his uniqueness. But in the Gnostic reading, this declaration is not the truth of monotheism, but the delusion of ignorance. Yaldabaoth, believing himself supreme, proceeded to create. He generated archons, 12 powers to serve him. With these powers, he fashioned the material cosmos, 7 heavens, the earth, the elements, as an imitation of the Pleroma he had never seen, but whose pattern was somehow impressed upon him through his origin in Sophia. The cosmos was thus a copy of a copy, a shadow twice removed from the original light. But Sophia's ordeal was not over. Her deficient act and its terrible fruit had consequences not just for the cosmos, but for the Pleroma itself. The text describes her suffering, passion, repentance, bewilderment, grief. These emotions were utterly foreign to the Pleroma, where all existed in perfect peace. Sophia's passion threatened to dissolve her substance, to pull her entirely out of the divine fullness. At this critical moment, the other powers of the Pleroma intervened. The Father generated a new power, called Horos, limit, or Stauros, cross, whose function was to stabilize Sophia and maintain the boundary of the Pleroma. Horos separated Sophia from her passion. The passion, the emotion, the deficiency, was expelled from the Pleroma, while Sophia herself was restored to wholeness and returned to her place among the eons. This expelled passion became a separate entity, sometimes called Achamoth, or the lower Sophia. She existed outside the Pleroma, in the void between the divine realm and the cosmos created by her offspring, the Demiurge. Achamoth was in a state of suffering, confusion, and longing. She remembered the light of the Pleroma, but could not return to it. She was trapped in a liminal space, neither fully divine nor fully material. From Achamoth's suffering, according to some Valentinian texts, the material elements were formed. Her tears became water, her laughter became light, her fear and anguish became the heavier elements, the substance of matter itself. The cosmos, then, was not created from nothing but from divine passion, from the emotional residue of Sophia's error. This myth is extraordinarily rich and can be interpreted on multiple levels. Cosmologically, it solves the problem of evil without resorting to dualism. There is no evil god opposing the good god. There is only one ultimate force, the Father, from whom all things derive. But the chain of derivation includes error, deficiency, and passion, and these produce the flawed material cosmos. Psychologically, the myth can be read as an allegory of human consciousness. Sophia represents the contemplative intellect, the capacity for insight and wisdom. But when this capacity becomes isolated, when it acts without integration with other aspects of the self, represented by her consort, it produces not wisdom, but delusion. The demiurge becomes a symbol of the ego, the small self that believes itself supreme, that constructs its own world and declares it absolute. The material cosmos is the ego's creation, a reality structured by ignorance masquerading as knowledge. Theologically, the myth addresses the question of divine responsibility. If the supreme God did not create the flawed world, then he is not responsible for its suffering. But if the supreme God is the ultimate source from which even Sophia derives, then in some sense the entire drama is contained within the divine. The fall is not external to God, but a risk inherent in the structure of emanation itself. This is where the Gnostic myth differs most dramatically from the Christian doctrine of the fall as it would be articulated by Augustine and become orthodox. In Augustinian thought, the fall is the result of human free will. Adam and Eve, created good, choose to disobey, and their sin brings death and suffering into a previously perfect world. The guilt is human. The responsibility is ours. The solution is divine grace, mediated through Christ and the Church. In the Gnostic myth, the fall is not human but divine. It occurs before the creation of the material world, before the creation of humanity. Human suffering is not punishment for sin, but collateral damage in a cosmic disaster. Humanity is not guilty. Humanity is trapped. And the solution is not grace in the orthodox sense, but gnosis, the awakening to the truth of what happened, the recognition of the true God beyond the demiurge, the recovery of the divine spark that fell with Sophia. This reframing had profound implications. It meant that human beings were not responsible for the fundamental structure of suffering in the world. That structure was imposed from above by an ignorant creator. Moral guilt was not the primary problem. Cosmic ignorance was. Salvation, therefore, was not about forgiveness but about enlightenment, not about reconciliation with the Creator, but about escape from his domain. The proto-Orthodox found this myth appalling on multiple levels. It seemed to blaspheme the God of Israel, turning him into a villain or at best a fool. It seemed to deny human responsibility for evil, making us mere victims of cosmic forces beyond our control. It seemed to denigrate the material world, treating embodied existence as inherently problematic, and it seemed to undermine the Christian doctrine of redemption, replacing the cross as sacrifice with the cross as a symbol of separation. Irenaeus attacked the Sophia myth relentlessly. He mocked the idea of a divine error, of passions in the Pleroma, of an aeon falling. He insisted that the Christian God was immutable, impassible, beyond suffering and change. The Gnostic Pleroma, with its dramas and disasters, seemed to him a projection of human psychology onto the divine, a failure to grasp the absolute transcendence and sovereignty of God. But the Valentinians were undeterred. They understood that they were speaking in myths, in symbolic language designed to convey truth that exceeded literal description. The fall of Sophia was not meant as a historical report of divine events. It was a way of thinking about the relationship between perfection and imperfection, unity and multiplicity, knowledge and ignorance. It was an attempt to make sense of a world that seemed, at every turn, to contradict the idea of a good and omnipotent creator. The myth also had a redemptive dimension that Irenaeus often overlooked in his polemics. Sophia's fall was not the end of the story. The Pleroma did not abandon her. The Father sent forth powers to restore her. The entire drama of salvation history, from that point forward, was the process of healing the wound created by Sophia's error. Christ, in Valentinian theology, was the agent of this healing. He descended from the Pleroma to awaken the pneumatic sparks imprisoned in matter, to reveal the truth about the demiurge, and ultimately to restore Sophia herself. The Gospel of Truth, perhaps written by Valentinus, describes this process in lyrical terms. It speaks of Jesus as the one who came in the midst of them and spoke to them as a teacher. He is the embodiment of the Father's mercy, the revealer of hidden truths. His teaching is gnosis, and gnosis is liberation. For he who is ignorant until the end is a creature of forgetfulness and will perish with it. If he does not know, he will not be saved because he did not know. In some Valentinian texts, the redemption extends even to the demiurge. Once the pneumatic elements have been gathered and returned to the Pleroma, once Sophia has been fully restored, the demiurge himself will recognize the true God. He will cease his arrogant claims, acknowledge his ignorance, and be incorporated into the cosmic order in a subordinate but appropriate role. The material cosmos, its purpose fulfilled, will be dissolved or transfigured. The Pleroma will be complete once more. This vision of universal restoration, apokatastasis, was more optimistic than the stark dualism of later Gnostic systems like Manichaeism, which saw the material world as irredeemably evil. The Valentinians believed that the fall, though tragic, was not final. The circle would close, the wound would heal. The Pleroma, which had never truly lost its fullness, would recognize itself as whole. Pistis Sophia, a later Gnostic text discovered in the 18th century, provides an even more elaborate account of Sophia's sufferings and eventual salvation. In this text, Sophia descends into the lower realms seeking the light, but she is tricked and oppressed by the archons. She cries out 13 times in repentance, and each time Jesus responds, gradually lifting her up until she is restored to her proper place. The text is a liturgical drama, probably used in Gnostic worship, allowing the community to participate in Sophia's suffering and redemption, to identify with her exile and her return. The emotional power of the Sophia myth cannot be overstated. It gave Gnostics a way to understand their own experience of alienation and suffering. Like Sophia, they felt they had fallen into a world ruled by ignorance. Like Sophia, they longed for restoration to a fullness they could barely remember. The myth validated their sense of cosmic injustice. This world should not be this way, while also offering hope that the situation was not permanent, that restoration was possible, that the Pleroma had not forgotten them. In the end, the fall of Sophia was not just a story about a divine aeon. It was a story about every pneumatic soul, about the human condition itself. We fell, we forgot, we suffer, but we can remember. We can wake up. We can return. The Pleroma awaits. By the late 3rd century, the institutional pressure on Gnostic communities had become unbearable in the urban centres of the Roman Empire. In Alexandria, Carthage, and Rome, the bishops had consolidated power, and teachers who deviated from the emerging orthodox consensus were systematically excluded, denounced, and sometimes prosecuted. But Christianity was not confined to the cities. In the countryside, particularly in Egypt, a different religious world persisted, more diverse, less institutionalized, more open to alternative forms of Christian practice. Egypt had always been a spiritual frontier. Long before Christianity arrived, it was the land of mystery cults of Isis and Osiris, of Hermetic philosophy, of temples devoted to the pursuit of hidden knowledge. The Egyptian deserts, vast and inhospitable, had historically been places of refuge for those fleeing imperial authority. Jewish communities had established themselves in Egypt after the Babylonian exile and again after the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 CE. When Christianity spread into Egypt in the 1st and 2nd centuries, it found fertile ground among populations already inclined toward mysticism, asceticism, and their belief that sacred knowledge could transform the human condition. The Coptic language, the late form of ancient Egyptian written in a modified Greek alphabet, became the vehicle for Egyptian Christianity. While the educated elite of Alexandria spoke and wrote in Greek, the rural population spoke Coptic. And it was in Coptic that many of the Gnostic texts discovered at Nag Hammadi were written, suggesting that Gnostic Christianity had deep roots in native Egyptian Christianity, not just in the Hellenized intellectual culture of the cities. As persecution intensified in the urban areas, Gnostic teachers and communities increasingly withdrew into the countryside. The Egyptian desert, with its limestone cliffs, caves and wadis, provided ideal conditions for both isolation and community. Water was scarce but available in certain locations along the Nile. The climate was harsh but predictable, and most importantly, the desert was beyond the easy reach of urban authorities. A community hidden in the cliffs could maintain its practices, copy its texts, and train its initiates in relative safety. This migration into the desert coincided with the rise of Christian monasticism. Traditionally, the origins of monasticism are traced to figures like Anthony the Great, who withdrew into the Egyptian desert around 270 CE to pursue a life of solitary asceticism. Anthony's example inspired others, and by the early 4th century, the deserts of Egypt were populated by hermits, anchorites, and increasingly organized monastic communities. But monasticism was not purely orthodox from the beginning. The earliest monks were deeply influenced by a range of theological and philosophical traditions, including Gnostic ideas, the pursuit of inner knowledge, the rejection of worldly authority, the emphasis on individual spiritual experience. These were themes that resonated with both Gnostic and early monastic sensibilities. Some scholars have argued that the boundaries between Gnostic and Orthodox monasticism in early Egypt were fluid, that the same individuals and communities might have engaged with both traditions. The Nag Hammadi codices themselves offer evidence of this intersection. The codices were copied in the 4th century, and material analysis of the leather bindings and cartonnage, recycled papyrus used to stiffen the covers, shows that they came from a monastic milieu. The cartonnage includes business documents, tax receipts, and letters dated to the mid-4th century from the region around Nag Hammadi and the nearby Pachomian monasteries. Pachomius, the founder of Cenobitic communal monasticism in Egypt, established his first monastery at Tbilisi, not far from where the Nag Hammadi codices were eventually buried. This raises a fascinating question. Were the Nag Hammadi codices produced in a Pachomian monastery? And if so, why would Orthodox monks be copying Gnostic texts? The answer may lie in the diversity of early monasticism. Pachomius himself, though later venerated as an Orthodox saint, operated in a context where theological boundaries were still being negotiated. His rule, which governed the daily life of his monasteries, emphasized obedience, communal work, and scriptural study, but it did not specify which texts were acceptable for study. In the mid-4th century, the Christian canon was still being debated. The Gospels and Pauline epistles were widely accepted, but many other texts circulated as authoritative Christian literature, including apocalypses, Acts, Gospels, and treatises that would later be deemed apocryphal or heretical. It is possible that the Nag Hammadi library represents a monastic collection, assembled not by heretics hiding from the church, but by monks seeking a comprehensive understanding of Christian tradition. They may have copied these texts as objects of study, as examples of teachings to be understood and perhaps refuted, or even as sources of spiritual insight that they valued alongside more orthodox materials. However, the context of the mid to late 4th century makes another scenario more likely: persecution. In 367 CE, Athanasius, the powerful bishop of Alexandria, issued his Easter letter, which contained the first complete list of the 27 books that would become the New Testament canon. More importantly, Athanasius explicitly condemned the use of apocryphal books, ordering that they be removed from churches and destroyed. This decree was not merely advisory. Athanasius had the support of the imperial authorities, and monasteries in Egypt were under his jurisdiction. It is plausible that the Nag Hammadi codices were hidden in response to Athanasius's decree. Monks who valued these texts, whether for their spiritual content or for scholarly reasons, may have chosen to conceal them rather than destroy them. They wrapped the codices in leather, placed them in a sealed jar, and buried them in the cliffs near Jabal al-Tarif, intending perhaps to retrieve them later when the political climate changed. But that climate never changed. The texts remained buried for 600 years. The location of the burial is significant. The cliffs above Nag Hammadi are honeycombed with caves, some natural, some carved by human hands. These caves had long been used as tombs in the Pharaonic period, and in the Christian era they became refuges for hermits and small monastic groups. The area was remote enough to offer security, but close enough to the Nile to be accessible. It was an ideal place to hide something precious. The act of burying the codices was not unique. Throughout the late Roman period, as persecution of various religious groups intensified, texts were frequently hidden. Jewish communities buried manuscripts to protect them from destruction. Pagan philosophers hid their libraries as Christian mobs destroyed temples, and Christian groups, both Orthodox and heterodox, concealed texts that authorities deemed dangerous. But the survival of texts required more than burial. It required favourable conditions. Papyrus, the writing material used for the Nag Hammadi codices, is organic and subject to decay. Moisture destroys it. Insects consume it. In most climates, papyrus manuscripts survive only a few centuries at best. But Egypt is different. Its deserts are among the driest places on Earth. Organic materials buried in Egyptian sand can survive for millennia. This is why Egypt has produced more ancient manuscripts than in any other region, not because more was written there, but because more survived. The Nag Hammadi codices were buried in a dry, sheltered location. They were sealed in a jar which provided additional protection, and they were left undisturbed for 16 centuries. When they were finally discovered in 1945, they were in remarkably good condition, though fragile. Some pages had been damaged by insects or handling, but the vast majority of the text was legible. It was an archaeological miracle. The monks or Gnostics who buried the text left no written record of their act. We do not know their names, their motivations, or their fates, but their decision to hide rather than destroy these texts was an act of profound significance. It was an act of faith that the future might be more tolerant than the present, that knowledge once written should not be erased, that the truth, whatever it was, deserved to survive. In the centuries that followed, Gnosticism as an organized movement disappeared. The Valentinian schools closed. The Basilidian texts were lost. The communities that had gathered to study the Apocryphon of John or the Gospel of Philip or the Sophia of Jesus Christ were scattered or absorbed into Orthodox Christianity. The institutional church, allied with imperial power, defined what it meant to be Christian, and that definition left no room for the Pleroma, the Demiurge, or the pneumatic spark. But in a sealed jar in a cave above the Nile, the texts waited. They waited through the fall of Rome, through the rise of Islam, through the Crusades, through the Renaissance, through the Enlightenment, through 2 world wars. They waited until a December day in 1945, when a farmer named Muhammad Ali al-Saman, digging for fertilizer, broke open the jar and released the words back into the world. The Nag Hammadi codices are not merely texts. They are artifacts, physical objects whose material characteristics tell a story beyond the words they contain. They are codices, not scrolls, a significant detail. The codex format, the bound book with pages rather than a continuous scroll, was a Christian innovation. While Jewish and pagan traditions continued to use scrolls for sacred texts well into the 4th century, Christians adopted the codex almost immediately. It was more practical, easier to reference specific passages, more durable. The fact that the Nag Hammadi texts were preserved in codex form suggests they were produced in a Christian, probably monastic context. There are 13 codices in the Nag Hammadi collection, though one, Codex the Thene, was found inside the front cover of Codex 6. The codices vary in size, but most are roughly the dimensions of a modern hardback book, measuring about 28 by 15 centimetres. They were constructed from papyrus sheets folded and sewn together in gatherings, then bound between leather covers. The leather covers are particularly interesting. They are made from gazelle or goat hide, and several were stiffened with cartonnage, layers of recycled papyrus glued together to form a hard board. This recycled papyrus, considered waste material in the 4th century, has become invaluable to historians. The cartonnage in the Nag Hammadi bindings contains fragments of documents, contracts, letters, accounts that can be dated with precision. These documents include receipts from the 340s CE and letters from the 350s and 360s CE. This provides a terminus post quem, the earliest possible date for the binding of the codices. The codices could not have been bound before the 340s, and were most likely completed in the 350s or 360s, but when were the texts themselves copied? Paleography, the study of handwriting, offers clues. The Nag Hammadi codices were written by multiple scribes. Some were highly skilled, producing elegant, regular scripts. Others were less accomplished, with irregular letter formation and frequent errors. This variation suggests the codices were not produced in a single organized scriptorium, but may have been copied by individual monks or scribes working independently, then gathered together into a library. The handwriting styles are consistent with 4th century Coptic scripts, confirming the dating suggested by the cartonnage. But the texts themselves are older. Many of the Nag Hammadi texts are translations from Greek originals. The Gospel of Thomas, for instance, is known to have existed in Greek, because fragments of a Greek version were discovered at Oxyrhynchus in Egypt in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. These Greek fragments date to the late 2nd or early 3rd century, indicating that the Gospel of Thomas was composed much earlier than the Coptic version found at Nag Hammadi. The same is true for other texts in the collection. The Apocryphon of John, the Gospel of Truth, the Tripartite Tractate. All were likely composed in Greek in the 2nd or early 3rd century, then translated into Coptic in the 4th century. The translators were not always skilled. Some passages are awkwardly rendered, suggesting the translator struggled with the philosophical vocabulary of the Greek originals. Other passages flow smoothly, indicating more competent translation. Why were these texts being translated and copied in the mid-4th century? The most likely answer is that they were valued by the community that produced them, whether as sacred scripture, theological resources, or objects of study. The 4th century was a period of intense theological controversy. The Council of Nicaea in 325 CE had attempted to settle the question of Christ's divinity, but debates continued for decades. Monasteries were centres of theological reflection, and monks engaged with a wide range of texts as they sought to understand the mysteries of the faith. It is also possible that the copying of these texts was an act of preservation in the face of increasing pressure to conform to orthodox standards. By the mid-4th century, the alliance between church and empire was strong. Bishops had significant authority backed by imperial law. Athanasius of Alexandria, one of the most powerful bishops of his time, was deeply concerned with rooting out heresy. His Easter letter of 367 CE, which established the New Testament canon, also condemned apocryphal texts and ordered their removal from churches. If the Nag Hammadi codices were hidden in response to Athanasius's decree, then the act of copying them in the decades before 367 takes on a different significance. It was not simply scholarly interest. It was an act of resistance, a determination to preserve texts that others wanted destroyed. The scribes who copied the Apocryphon of John or the Gospel of Philip may have known they were working against the tide of history, that the world was moving in a direction that would no longer tolerate such texts, but they copied them anyway. The physical construction of the codices supports this interpretation. The bindings are sturdy, designed to last. The leather covers were carefully cut and sewn. The papyrus gatherings were firmly attached. These were not hastily assembled manuscripts intended for temporary use. They were books meant to endure. The act of hiding them in a sealed jar reinforces this intent. Whoever buried the codices intended for them to survive, to be recovered at some future time when they could once again be read openly. The location of the burial near the cliffs of Jabal al-Tarif was carefully chosen. The area is riddled with caves, some of which had been used as tombs in the Pharaonic period. These caves provided shelter, shade, and concealment. The dry desert air would preserve organic materials indefinitely. The jar itself, a large ceramic amphora common in the region, provided an additional layer of protection against moisture and insects. Placing the codices in the jar, sealing it, and carrying it into the desert would have required effort. The codices were heavy. Together they weighed perhaps 10 kilograms. The journey from the monasteries near Nag Hammadi to the burial site would have been several hours on foot. This was not a casual act. It was deliberate, planned, and executed with care. We do not know who performed this act. No ancient source records the burial of the Nag Hammadi library. No inscription marks the spot. The individuals involved, whether a single monk, a small group, or an entire community, have left no trace except the codices themselves. But their anonymity is itself telling. They were not seeking glory or recognition. They were not making a public statement. They were quietly, secretly preserving something they believed was worth saving. For 1,600 years, the codices remained where they were placed. The cliffs above Nag Hammadi saw the rise and fall of civilizations. The Christianization of Egypt gave way to Islamic conquest in the 7th century. The region became part of the Umayyad, Abbasid, Fatimid, Ayyubid, and Mamluk empires in succession. Napoleon's army marched past on their expedition to Egypt in 1798. British and French archaeologists explored the area in the 19th and early 20th centuries, searching for pharaonic remains. But no one noticed the jar, or if they did not disturb it. The local population knew the cliffs. Farmers from the Nag Hammadi area would venture into the hills to dig for sabak, a nitrogen-rich soil formed from decomposed organic material, which they used as fertilizer. This practice was common in Egypt, where cultivable land was precious and any material that could improve soil fertility was valuable. The sabak was typically found near ancient habitation sites or in caves where organic debris had accumulated over centuries. It was this practice, digging for fertilizer, that would lead to the discovery of the codices. In December 1945, a farmer named Muhammad Ali al-Saman and his brothers were digging for sabak near the base of the Jabal al-Tarif cliffs. They were not archaeologists. They had no idea what they were about to find. They were simply trying to enrich their fields for the next planting season. Muhammad Ali's hoe struck something hard. Digging further, they uncovered a large red ceramic jar sealed with a bowl-shaped lid. The brothers hesitated. In Egyptian folklore, jars buried in ancient sites sometimes contained jinn, spirits that could bring harm to those who released them. But the possibility of treasure, gold, jewellery, anything that could be sold, outweighed their fear. Muhammad Ali raised his hoe and smashed the jar. No jinn emerged. Instead, the jar contained books, 13 leather-bound volumes wrapped in cloth. The brothers were disappointed. Books had no obvious value to farmers who could barely read. But Muhammad Ali gathered the codices and brought them home, where they were dumped on the straw near the family's oven. His mother, not knowing what they were, used some of the loose papyrus pages to kindle the fire for baking bread. How many pages were lost in this way, we will never know. The estimate, based on the surviving codices, is that perhaps dozens of leaves were destroyed in those first days. It is an archaeological tragedy. Texts that had survived 16 centuries were burned as fuel, but it is also deeply human. The codices had no meaning to the Al-Saman family. They were simply old books in a language they did not understand, found in the course of a day's labour. But Muhammad Ali soon realised the books might have value. Coptic manuscripts were known to interest antiquities dealers. The family showed some of the codices to a local teacher, who recognised them as old Coptic texts and suggested they might be sold. Over the following weeks and months, the codices were dispersed. Some were sold to dealers, some were given to relatives. One was left with a Coptic priest for safekeeping. The trail of ownership became tangled, and scholars would spend years trying to track down all the volumes. The timing of the discovery was both fortunate and tragic. Fortunate because it occurred just as international interest in ancient manuscripts was intensifying. The Dead Sea Scrolls would be discovered 2 years later in Newfoundland, sparking worldwide fascination with ancient religious texts. Organisations like UNESCO were beginning to recognise the importance of preserving cultural heritage. Scholars had the tools and the knowledge to translate and interpret ancient texts more accurately than ever before. Tragic because Egypt in M45 was in political turmoil. World War II had just ended. The country was moving toward the revolution that would overthrow the monarchy in 1952. Antiquities regulations were inconsistently enforced. The black market in artefacts was thriving. And the local population, struggling with poverty and political instability, had little reason to prioritise the preservation of ancient manuscripts over immediate economic survival. Some of the codices left Egypt illegally. One complete codex, Codex III, was smuggled out of the country and offered for sale in the United States. It eventually reached Ann Arbor, Michigan, where scholars at the University of Michigan examined it. Another codex was acquired by the Jung Institute in Switzerland and named the Jung Codex. Egyptian authorities, alerted to the dispersal of this significant find, began efforts to recover the manuscripts and prevent further losses. The intervention of Egyptian and international scholars gradually brought the codices under protection. Jean Dorès, a French scholar working in Egypt, was among the first to examine the texts and recognize their significance. In 1947, he published preliminary reports describing the discovery and the content of some of the texts. His work brought international attention to the find and helped galvanize efforts to preserve and study the collection. The Egyptian government, through the Coptic Museum in Cairo, eventually acquired most of the codices. The Jung Codex was finally returned to Egypt in 1975. Today, the Nag Hammadi Library is housed in the Coptic Museum, where it is preserved under controlled conditions and available to scholars. Complete photographic editions have been published, making the text accessible to researchers worldwide. Translations exist in numerous languages, but in 1945, as Muhammad Ali carried the codices home from the cliffs, none of this was certain. The texts had survived persecution, burial, and 16 centuries of desert silence. They had come within moments of being destroyed as kindling. Their survival was contingent on a series of fortunate accidents, that Muhammad Ali did not simply rebury the jar in disgust, that a local teacher recognized their potential value, that scholars happened to be in Egypt at the right time, that international organizations were beginning to take an interest in cultural preservation. The last scribes who copied these texts in the 4th century could not have known any of this. They could not have known that their carefully constructed codices would survive when so much else was lost. They could not have known that in the 20th century, scholars would photograph, transcribe, translate, and disseminate these texts to an audience far larger than the small communities for which they were originally intended. They could not have known that the Pleroma, declared heretical and buried in the desert, would return to challenge and complicate our understanding of early Christianity. But perhaps they hoped, perhaps they believed that truth, once written, has a resilience that outlasts empires and orthodoxies. Perhaps they understood that the act of preservation, even in the face of overwhelming opposition, is itself an act of faith. Faith not in institutions or authorities, but in the possibility that the future might be wiser, more curious, more open than the present. They were right. The exact date is uncertain, but it was December 1945, during the short period between the autumn harvest and the winter planting, when farmers in Upper Egypt had time for other work. Muhammad Ali al-Saman, a young farmer from the village of Al-Qasr near Nag Hammadi, had ridden out with his brothers to the cliffs of Jabal al-Tarif. The brothers, Muhammad Ali, Khalifa Ali, and Abu al-Majd, were part of a family of peasant farmers who worked small plots of land near the Nile. Life was hard, shaped by the rhythms of the river and the agricultural calendar. The Jabal al-Tarif is a limestone escarpment on the eastern bank of the Nile, rising abruptly from the floodplain. Its face is pockmarked with caves, some natural, some carved in antiquity as tombs. The rock is pale, almost white, in the fierce Egyptian sun, and it radiates heat even in December. The area was known to locals as a source of sabak, the decomposed organic material that accumulated in and around ancient sites. This material, rich in nitrogen and other nutrients, was prized as fertilizer. Farmers would dig it out, load it onto donkeys, and carry it back to their fields. The Al-Saman brothers were digging at the base of a cliff near a large boulder called the Khan Kulal. The site was not far from ancient Chenaboscion, where Pachomian monasteries had once flourished. As Muhammad Ali worked his mattock into the soft soil, he felt the blade strike something solid. Clearing away the dirt, he exposed the upper surface of a large red clay jar, about 1 meter high, sealed with a bowl used as a lid. The discovery created a moment of indecision. In later interviews, Muhammad Ali recalled his initial fear. Local folklore held that such jars, sealed in ancient times, might contain jinn or afarit, spirits that could possess or harm those who released them. But he also considered the possibility of treasure. Gold, jewels, ancient coins, anything that could be sold would change the family's fortunes. After a moment's hesitation, greed overcame fear. He raised his mattock and brought it down hard on the jar. The jar shattered. No spirit emerged, no cloud of smoke. Inside, wrapped in pieces of cloth and leather, were books. 13 bound volumes, their leather covers darkened with age, some intact, others damaged. The pages were papyrus, covered with writing in a script the brothers did not recognize. The brothers gathered up the codices and divided them among themselves. Muhammad Ali took the largest share, tying them together with the strips of cloth and leather that had protected them in the jar. The group mounted their donkeys and rode back to Al-Qasr. The entire expedition had been routine except for the find, and the brothers had no sense that they had made one of the most important archaeological discoveries of the 20th century. At home, Muhammad Ali dumped the codices on the straw piled near the family oven. They were bulky, heavy, and at first seemed worthless. His mother, Ahmed, used some of the loose pages that had fallen from the damaged bindings to kindle the fire for baking bread. This detail, recounted decades later by Muhammad Ali in interviews with scholars, is simultaneously tragic and mundane. How many pages were lost? Which texts? We will never know. The codices had survived 16 centuries only to be partially destroyed within days of their discovery by someone who had no idea what they were. But within weeks, the situation changed. Muhammad Ali showed one of the codices to a local Coptic priest, who recognized the script as Coptic and suggested the books might be valuable. The priest may have contacted a teacher named Basilius Abd al-Masih, who taught Coptic at a nearby school and had connections to antiquities dealers in Calcutta and Cairo. Through this word of the discovery began to spread beyond the village. The codices were now seen as potential commodities. In Egypt in the 1940s, the antiquities market was substantial and largely unregulated. Archaeological sites were regularly looted, and objects were sold to private collectors or foreign institutions. The Egyptian government had antiquities laws, but enforcement was inconsistent, especially in rural areas. For a poor family like the Al-Samans, the codices represented a windfall, but only if they could find buyers. What happened next is complex and not entirely clear. Different codices took different paths, some were sold to dealers, some were given to relative or local notables for safekeeping. One codex ended up with a dealer in Cairo named Phocion J. Tano. Another was acquired by a Belgian antiquities dealer named Albert Aid. The largest single codex, later known as Codex Wynn or the Jung Codex, was smuggled out of Egypt and offered for sale in the United States. Muhammad Ali himself later became entangled in a local blood feud. About the time of the discovery, his father had been murdered in a dispute over irrigation rights. Islamic tradition and local custom demanded blood revenge. Approximately 6 months after finding the codices, Muhammad Ali and his brothers ambushed and killed the man they believed responsible for their father's death. They dismembered the body and ate his heart, a ritual act meant to consume the victim's courage and prevent his ghost from seeking revenge. This violent episode resulted in Muhammad Ali spending time in prison and created chaos in his family's affairs, further complicating the already tangled ownership of the codices. By count 46, rumours of the discovery had reached Cairo's scholarly community. Jean Dorès, a young French historian of religion working in Egypt, heard about ancient Coptic manuscripts that had recently appeared on the antiquities market. Dorès was connected to the Institut Français d'Archéologie Orientale, IFAO, a prestigious research institution founded in 1880 to study Egyptian civilization. He began investigating. In October 1947, Duress was allowed to examine one of the codices in the possession of Tanno, the Cairo dealer. Opening it, Duress found himself looking at texts he had never seen before, texts that were clearly related to the Gnostic traditions he had studied. He recognized references to Sethians, Valentinians, Hermetic teachings. One text was a previously unknown Gospel of Thomas, a collection of sayings attributed to Jesus. Another was titled The Apocryphon of John. Duress immediately understood he was dealing with a discovery of enormous significance. Duress photographed some pages and began the process of alerting the international scholarly community. He published preliminary reports in 1948 and in 1949, describing the find and its contents in broad terms. His work generated immediate interest. Scholars of early Christianity and Gnosticism had long known about these movements primarily through the hostile descriptions in Orthodox's heresiological works. The idea that actual Gnostic texts had survived was thrilling, but accessing the texts proved difficult. They were scattered among multiple owners, some of whom were demanding high prices. The Egyptian government, alerted to the situation, began efforts to nationalize the collection and prevent further dispersal. In 1946, the Egyptian Department of Antiquities managed to acquire several of the codices. These were deposited in the Coptic Museum in Cairo, an institution founded in 1908 to preserve Egypt's Christian heritage. However, Codex, once the largest and most complete of the collection, had already left the country. It had been acquired by a Belgian dealer, then sold to an Italian collector, and eventually offered for sale in the United States. In 1952, it was purchased by the Jung Institute in Zurich, Switzerland, on behalf of the psychologist Carl Jung, whose birthday was approaching. The institute intended to present it to Jung as a gift. The codex was accordingly named the Jung Codex, though Jung himself had little direct involvement with it. The Jung Codex contained several texts, including the Gospel of Truth, the Treatise on the Resurrection, and the Tripartite Tractate. These were precisely the kinds of texts that Jung, with his lifelong interest in Gnosticism, would have found fascinating. Jung had written extensively about Gnostic psychology, seeing in Gnostic myths profound expressions of the structure of the unconscious mind. But by the time the Codex reached Switzerland, Jung was elderly and in declining health. He never worked directly on the texts, though scholars associated with the institute did begin the process of translation and publication. The removal of Codex Wen from Egypt created a diplomatic and legal complication. The Egyptian government argued that it had been illegally exported and demanded its return. The Jung Institute claimed it had purchased the Codex in good faith on the open market. The dispute would drag on for years, complicating efforts to study the collection as a whole. Not until 1975 was Codex Y finally returned to Egypt, allowing scholars to examine the complete Nag Hammadi library in one location. Meanwhile, the codices housed in the Coptic Museum were also difficult to access. The museum's director in the early years after the discovery was Togo Mina, a Coptic scholar who recognized the importance of the texts, but was cautious about allowing access. The international political situation was tense. Egypt was moving toward revolution. In 1952, a military coup overthrew King Farouk, and Gamal Abdel Nasser eventually came to power. The new government was nationalist, anti-colonial, and suspicious of foreign scholars. The Suez Crisis of 1956 further strained Egypt's relations with Western powers. In this context, access to the Nag Hammadi codices became entangled in larger political dynamics. Egyptian authorities were reluctant to allow foreign scholars to dominate the study of texts found in Egypt. At the same time, Egyptian scholars capable of reading ancient Coptic and understanding the theological complexities of Gnostic texts were few. A compromise was eventually reached. An international team would be assembled, led by Egyptian scholars but including experts from various countries. Pahor Labib, who succeeded Togomina as director of the Coptic Museum, took a more open approach. He allowed scholars to photograph the codices, which was the essential first step toward publication and wider study. A photographic edition of the text began to be prepared, a massive undertaking given the fragile condition of the papyrus, the faded ink, and the complexity of assembling damaged pages into coherent texts. The process was painstakingly slow. Each page had to be carefully positioned, photographed under optimal lighting, and the resulting images checked for clarity. Some pages were fragmentary, requiring reconstruction. Some texts had been damaged by the moisture or insects despite the generally favourable conditions of burial. Some had been damaged during the 145 discovery or in the chaotic years immediately following. The work required patience, expertise and resources. By the late 50s, a clearer picture of the collection was emerging. The 13 codices contained 52 separate texts, some of which appeared in multiple copies. Many of the texts were Gnostic Gospels, apocalypses, and treatises that had been known by name but never read. Others were previously unknown. The collection included the Gospel of Thomas, a collection of 114 sayings of Jesus without narrative framework. The Gospel of Truth, a meditation on the nature of salvation and the role of Christ as revealer. The Gospel of Philip, a collection of sayings and teachings with a sacramental focus. The Apocryphon of John, a lengthy revelation text describing Gnostic cosmology in detail. The Sophia of Jesus Christ, a dialogue between the risen Christ and his disciples. The Dialogue of the Saviour, another dialogue text with mystical themes. The Apocalypse of Peter, presenting an alternative view of the crucifixion. The Apocalypse of Paul, describing Paul's heavenly ascent. The Treatise on the Resurrection, a letter on the nature of spiritual resurrection. The Tripartite Tractate, a sophisticated Valentinian theological treatise. The Hypostasis of the Archons, describing the origin and nature of the cosmic rulers. On the Origin of the World, a cosmological treatise blending Gnostic and Platonic themes. The Thunder, Perfect Mind, a poem spoken by a divine female figure. And dozens more, each adding depth and complexity to our understanding of early Christian diversity. The scope and quality of the collection exceeded all expectations. These were not the simple naive texts of an unsophisticated sect. They were sophisticated theological and philosophical works, engaging deeply with Greek philosophy, Jewish scripture, and Christian tradition. They represented a lost world of Christian thought, a world that had been deliberately erased by the Orthodox party but had now returned, demanding to be heard. The first scholars to engage seriously with the Nag Hammadi texts found themselves in an intellectual position both privileged and daunting. They were reading texts that had not been seen for 16 centuries, texts that promised to overturn settled assumptions about the origins of Christianity and the nature of Gnosticism. But they were also working under difficult conditions, with limited access, political complications, and the pressure of international scholarly competition. Jean Dorès, as the first scholar to examine the texts, had a head start. His book, The Secret Books of the Egyptian Gnostics, published in French in 1958 and in English in 1960, was the first comprehensive account of the discovery and its significance for a general audience. Dorès provided summaries of the major texts, placing them in the context of what was known about Gnosticism from patristic sources. His work was popularizing in the best sense, making complex material accessible without dumbing it down. But Dorès was not a specialist in Coptic or in Gnostic theology. The deeper work of translation, analysis, and interpretation required scholars with more specialized expertise. One of the most important early figures was Hans Jonas, a German philosopher and historian of religion who had studied under Martin Heidegger and Rudolf Bultmann. Jonas had published The Gnostic Religion in 1958, a philosophical interpretation of Gnosticism that treated it not as a collection of bizarre myths, but as a coherent existential response to the human condition. Jonas saw Gnosticism as an expression of what he called cosmic alienation, the experience of finding oneself thrown into a world that is fundamentally foreign and hostile. This existential reading resonated with the philosophical currents of the mid-20th century. Existentialism, phenomenology, the sense of meaninglessness in the wake of two world wars. Jonas argued that Gnostic dualism was not primitive superstition, but a sophisticated articulation of the experience of estrangement that was, if anything, more relevant in the modern world than in the ancient. The discovery of the Nag Hammadi texts confirmed many of Jonas's interpretations while also complicating them. The texts showed that Gnosticism was more diverse, more philosophically sophisticated, and more deeply engaged with Christian tradition than Jonas had fully appreciated. But his existential approach remained influential, shaping how subsequent scholars interpreted Gnostic anthropology and soteriology. Another crucial early interpreter was Gilles Quispel, a Dutch historian of religion, who specialized in Gnosticism and early Christian heresies. Quispel was part of the team that worked on the Jung Codex, and he was among the first to publish translations and commentaries on the Gospel of Truth. Quispel's work emphasized the Platonic and Hermetic backgrounds of Gnostic thought, showing how Gnostic teachers were participating in the broader philosophical culture of the Hellenistic world, not inventing ex nihilo. But the dominant figure in Nag Hammadi studies, the scholar who would shape the field more than any other, was an American named James M. Robinson. Robinson, a professor at Claremont Graduate University in California, became the general editor of the English translation project of the Nag Hammadi Library. He assembled an international team of Coptic scholars, patristic specialists, and historians of religion to produce a complete English edition of all the texts. This project, which took decades, faced numerous obstacles. The political situation in Egypt remained complicated. Access to the original manuscripts was limited. Scholars disagreed about readings, translations, and interpretations. Funding was inconsistent, but Robinson's organizational energy and scholarly rigor kept the project moving forward. The full English edition, the Nag Hammadi Library in English, was finally published in 1977, though revised editions continued to appear as scholarship progressed. The publication of complete translations in English, and subsequently in other languages, transformed the field. For the first time, scholars and interested readers could access the full text of Gnostic writings, not just summaries or selections. This allowed for detailed analysis, comparison with patristic accounts, and integration of Gnostic texts into the broader study of early Christianity. One of the most influential interpreters of the Nag Hammadi texts for a general audience was Elaine Pagels, a Princeton professor whose book The Gnostic Gospels, published in 1979, became a bestseller. Pagels argued that the conflict between Gnostic and Orthodox Christianity was not primarily about theological abstraction, but about authority, politics, and the control of religious experience. The proto-Orthodox party, she suggested, won not because their theology was superior, but because their institutional structure was more effective. Pagels' work was controversial. Orthodox Christian scholars accused her of romanticizing the Gnostics and downplaying the genuine theological issues at stake. But her emphasis on the political dimensions of the conflict, and her attention to how theological claims functioned as legitimations of authority, opened new avenues of research. Subsequent scholarship on early Christianity increasingly attended to the social, political, and institutional contexts in which doctrinal debates occurred. The Nag Hammadi texts also attracted attention from unexpected quarters. Carl Jung, though he never worked directly on the text, had long been fascinated by Gnosticism. Jung saw in Gnostic myths symbolic expressions of the individuation process, the psychological journey toward wholeness. The Pleroma, in Jung's reading, represented the collective unconscious, the totality of psychic potential. The aeons were archetypal powers within the psyche. Sophia's fall symbolized the ego's separation from the self. The demiurge was the ego's false claim to sovereignty, and gnosis was the recognition of the true self beyond the ego. This psychological interpretation was influential but also reductive. It treated Gnostic myths as if they were primarily about individual psychology rather than cosmology or theology. But Jung's approach resonated with many modern readers who found traditional Christian theology unsatisfying but were drawn to the rich symbolic world of Gnosticism. The Jungian reading created a bridge between ancient texts and modern concerns, making Gnostic ideas accessible to a new audience far removed from the historical context in which they were written. The scholarly reception of the Nag Hammadi texts was not uniformly enthusiastic. Some scholars, particularly those committed to defending traditional Christian orthodoxy, were troubled by the implications of the discovery. If Gnosticism was as sophisticated and widespread as the text suggested, then the standard narrative of Christian origins, a pure apostolic teaching gradually corrupted by heretics, became untenable. The reality was messier. From the beginning, Christianity was diverse, contested, and theologically plural. Conservative Christian institutions initially resisted full engagement with the texts. Some worried that popular interest in Gnosticism would undermine faith. Others argued that the texts were rightly suppressed in antiquity and that studying them gave undue attention to rejected ideas. But these reservations gradually gave way to scholarly curiosity. By the 1980s and 1990s, even conservative seminaries and Christian universities were incorporating Nag Hammadi texts into their curricula, recognizing that understanding early Christian diversity was essential to understanding Christianity itself. The text also raised difficult questions about the formation of the New Testament canon. If texts like the Gospel of Thomas circulated widely in the 2nd century and were valued by significant Christian communities, why were they excluded from the canon? The answer increasingly seemed to be political rather than theological. The texts that made it into the canon were those favoured by communities and leaders who eventually gained institutional power. The texts that were excluded represented alternative voices, minority positions, or teachings incompatible with the consolidating Orthodox consensus. This realization had profound implications. It meant that the Bible, far from being a neutral collection of inspired texts, was the product of historical contingency, institutional politics, and power struggles. This was not necessarily a faith-destroying insight. Many Christian scholars embraced it as a more honest acknowledgement of how sacred texts come into being, but it challenged simplistic notions of biblical authority. The Gospel of Thomas became a particular focus of scholarly attention and popular fascination. Unlike the canonical Gospels, Thomas contains no narrative, no account of Jesus' birth, ministry, miracles, crucifixion, or resurrection. It is simply a collection of sayings, 114 in total, each introduced with Jesus said. Some of these sayings closely parallel material in Matthew, Mark, and Luke. Others are unique to Thomas, and many have a strange, paradoxical, even cryptic quality that invites interpretation. Saying 1:13 captures the distinctive flavour of Thomas. His disciples said to him, "When will the kingdom come?" Jesus said, "It will not come by waiting for it. It will not be a matter of saying, 'Here it is,' or 'There it is.' Rather, the kingdom of the Father is spread out upon the earth, and people do not see it." This saying challenges apocalyptic expectations and suggests that the kingdom is a matter of perception, of seeing what is already present. Saying 7 is even more striking. Jesus said, "I am the light that is over all things. I am all. From me all came forth, and to me all attained. Split a piece of wood, I am there. Lift up the stone, and you'll find me there." This saying presents Jesus not as a historical person, but as a cosmic principle, the divine presence pervading all reality. It resonates strongly with Gnostic ideas about the universal Christ, the revealer who is identical with the divine light within all pneumatic beings. The scholarly debate over Thomas focused on its date and relationship to the canonical Gospels. Some scholars argued that Thomas was early, perhaps even earlier than the canonical Gospels, preserving an independent tradition of Jesus' sayings. Others insisted it was late, a 2nd century Gnostic composition dependent on the canonical Gospels and reflecting developed Gnostic theology. The debate continues, with the majority of scholars now placing Thomas in the early 2nd century, recognizing it as independent of the canonical Gospels in some respects, while influenced by them in others. The Apocryphon of John, the longest and most complex text in the collection, received equally intense scrutiny. Its elaborate cosmology, the Pleroma, the Eons, Sophia's fall, the Demiurge, the Archons, the creation of Adam, provided the fullest account of Gnostic myth available. Scholars compared it with the summaries in Irenaeus, and found that Irenaeus had been largely accurate in his descriptions, though his mocking tone had obscured the sophistication of the system he was describing. The Apocryphon also raised questions about Christian origins and Jewish Gnosticism. The text is deeply engaged with Genesis, offering a reinterpretation of the creation story that inverts its meaning. Some scholars argued this reflected a Jewish Gnostic movement that predated Christianity. Others insisted the text was Christian through and through, using Jewish scripture in a Christian theological framework. The question of whether Gnosticism was originally Jewish, Christian, or neither remains contentious. As translations proliferated and scholarly analysis deepened, the Nag Hammadi texts began to influence fields beyond religious studies. Literary scholars found in them examples of ancient narrative techniques, symbolic systems, and intertextual strategies. Philosophers of religion used them to explore questions about the nature of evil, the limits of theological language, and the relationship between myth and metaphysics. Classicists integrated them into the broader study of Hellenistic philosophy and religion. Feminist scholars were particularly drawn to certain texts. The Thunder, Perfect Mind, a poem in which a divine female figure speaks in paradoxes, I am the whore and the holy one, I am knowledge and ignorance, presented a feminine divine voice rare in ancient religious literature. The figure of Sophia, though her fall was portrayed as tragic, was nonetheless a central divine actor, an aeon whose passions and choices shaped cosmic history. The Gospel of Mary, though not found at Nag Hammadi, but in a separate discovery of Gnostic texts, portrayed Mary Magdalene as a leading disciple who received special revelation from Jesus, challenging the male-dominated apostolic succession claimed by the Orthodox Church. These feminist readings were controversial. Critics argued they read modern gender politics back into ancient texts, but defenders responded that attention to gender was essential to understanding how early Christian communities negotiated questions of authority, revelation, and spiritual capacity. The Gnostic texts, at minimum, showed that some early Christian communities imagined more egalitarian structures and more prominent roles for women than the Proto-Orthodox party would allow. By the 90s, the Nag Hammadi texts had been thoroughly integrated into the academic study of early Christianity. No serious scholar of Christian origins could ignore them. They had fundamentally reshaped our understanding of the diversity of early Christianity, the process of canon formation, and the nature of theological controversy in the first centuries of the Church. The world of early Christianity was now understood to be far more complex, contested, and theologically plural than previous generations had imagined. But the influence of the text extended beyond academia. They had entered popular culture, shaping contemporary spirituality, inspiring fiction, and providing resources for those seeking alternatives to traditional Christianity. The Pleroma, forgotten for 16 centuries, had returned not just to scholarship but to the religious imagination of the modern world. The Nag Hammadi Library is not a single unified work. It is a collection of 52 separate texts, diverse in genre, theology and origin. Some are Christian, some pre-Christian, some post-Christian in their final form but incorporating earlier material. Some are Sethian, some Valentinian, some Hermetic, some difficult to classify. To understand what the texts actually say about the Pleroma and the nature of reality requires examining key texts individually, attending to their specific vocabularies, structures, and theological claims. The Apocryphon of John stands as the most comprehensive exposition of Gnostic cosmology in the collection. The text begins with a narrative frame. John, son of Zebedee, goes to the temple, Jerusalem after Jesus' ascension. A Pharisee named Arimaeus challenges him, mocking the idea that Jesus was sent by God. Troubled, John withdraws to a mountain, where he encounters a vision. The heavens open, the earth shakes with light, and a figure appears, sometimes one, sometimes three, sometimes shifting in form. This figure identifies itself as the Father, the Mother, and the Son, and proceeds to reveal the hidden truth about the cosmos. The revelation begins with the Supreme God, called the Monad, the One, the Invisible Spirit. The text piles up negations. He is immeasurable, invisible, eternal, unspeakable, nameable by no name, incomprehensible knowledge, incorruptible, blessed, called by the name of Father of the universe, better than blessed, not existing as God, better than God. This is apophatic theology at its most extreme, the insistence that the ultimate reality exceeds all categories, even the category of existence itself. From this supreme unity, emanation begins. The first emanation is Berblo, described as the first power before all things, the perfect glory, the womb of the universe. Barbello requests from the invisible spirit various powers, and from their interaction emerges autogenes, self-generated. The first manifestation of the Son, also called Christ. Around Christ are generated 4 luminaries, Harmozel, Aroyael, Davithai, Eleleth, and associated with each luminary are 3 aeons, creating a structure of divine powers. This elaborate hierarchy maps the internal structure of the Godhead, the Pleroma itself. Each name corresponds to a divine function or attribute. The system is not arbitrary, but attempts to account for the complexity of divine reality, the multiple aspects under which the One manifests itself. Then comes the catastrophe. Sophia, one of the aeons, brought forth something out of herself without the consent of the Spirit and without her consort. What emerges is deformed, different in appearance from herself, having a different form. She sees it and is horrified, casting it into the outer darkness so the other immortals will not see it. This creature is Yaldabaoth, the demiurge. Yaldabaoth, existing alone in darkness, believes himself supreme. He creates archons, lesser powers to serve him. With these archons he creates the material cosmos, 7 heavens, 1 for each archon, arranged in a hierarchy. The text names them: Athoth, Eloios, Astapheos, Yao, Sabaoth, Adonin, Sabbataios. These names are variations of divine names from Jewish tradition. Yahweh, Sabaoth, Adonai, reinterpreted as the names of ignorant cosmic powers rather than the true God. Yaldabaoth boasts, "I am God and there is no other God beside me." But immediately a voice from above rebukes him, "You're mistaken, Samael, the blind God." A likeness appears reflected in the waters below, an image of the perfect human from the Pleroma. The archons, seeing this image, say, "Let us create a human according to the image of God and according to our likeness." They fashion Adam's body part by part, assigning each archon responsibility for different aspects: bones, sinews, flesh, organs. Each part is a prison, an attempt to bind the divine image in matter. But their creation remains inert. Adam cannot move or speak. He has form but no life. Sophia, observing from above, and the powers of the Pleroma devise a plan. They cause Yaldabaoth to breathe into Adam, and when he does, he unknowingly transfers his own power, the light stolen from Sophia, into Adam, and he breathed into him a spirit, which is the power of his mother. But he did not realize this, because he exists in ignorance. Adam awakens, he rises. He is luminous, wiser than his creators. The archons, terrified and envious, cast him into the lowest region of matter, clothing him in a body of flesh, making him mortal. They create Eve as a further trap, using her to bind Adam to reproduction and physical desire. But the power of the Pleroma intervenes again, sending the divine epinoia, thought, into Eve, the spiritual principle that cannot be captured by the archons. The text continues through a reinterpretation of Genesis. The tree of knowledge represents true gnosis, which Yaldabaoth forbids because it would awaken humanity to his deception. The serpent is not evil, but a messenger of wisdom. The expulsion from Eden is not punishment but liberation, a first step toward escape from the archon's prison. Cain and Abel, the flood, the Tower of Babel. Each episode is reread through a Gnostic lens, revealing the cosmic conflict between the true God and the demiurge, between spiritual liberation and material imprisonment. The revelation concludes with a promise of salvation. Christ descends through the spheres of the archons, taking different forms so they do not recognize him. He reaches the imprisoned humanity and proclaims, "I am the thought of the pure light. I am the thought of the virginal spirit who raises you to a place of honor. Rise, remember that you have heard and trace your root, which is I, the compassionate." This is gnosis, the message that awakens, that calls the sleeper to remember their origin. Salvation is not earned, it is remembered. The pneumatic human hearing this call recognizes their true self, shakes off the archon's deceptions, and begins the ascent back to the Pleroma. The gospel of truth offers a different approach, less mythological, more meditative. The text, possibly written by Valentinus himself, begins, "The gospel of truth is joy for those who have received from the Father of truth the gift of knowing him through the power of the word." It describes ignorance as a nightmare, a fog of error that produces terror and anguish. Ignorance of the Father brought about anguish and terror, and the anguish became dense like fog so that no one could see. In this nightmare, people wander lost, creating false realities, false gods, false identities. They were nothing, these who were in it, not having found him. The material world is the nightmare made solid, error-given form, but Christ comes as the revealer, the Word who speaks the Father's name, and in speaking it dispels the nightmare. He became a way for those who are lost, and knowledge for those who are ignorant, a discovery for those who are searching, and a support for those who are wavering. The text emphasizes that gnosis is not intellectual knowledge, but experiential recognition. To know the Father is to know oneself, to discover one's origin in the Pleroma, to realize that the separation was always illusory. For this reason, if one has knowledge, he receives what are his own and draws them to himself. The pneumatic elements scattered in matter are fragments of the Pleroma itself, and gnosis is the process of their gathering and return. The Gospel of Philip, another Nag Hammadi text, focuses on the sacramental dimension of gnosis. It speaks of 5 sacraments: baptism, chrism, anointing, Eucharist, redemption, and bridal chamber, each representing a stage in the pneumatic spiritual ascent. The bridal chamber, the final sacrament, represents the reunion of the divided self, the restoration of the original androgynous wholeness that existed in the Pleroma before the fall into matter. The text insists that these sacraments are not mere rituals but transformative events that change ontological reality. Those who receive baptism receive the light. The chrism is superior to baptism, for from the chrism we are called Christians. The bridal chamber is described as the Holy of Holies, the ultimate mystery where the pneumatic is reunited with their divine counterpart and restored to fullness. Philip also contains striking sayings about the nature of reality and illusion. The world came about through a mistake, for he who created it wanted to create it imperishable and immortal. He fell short of attaining his desire, for the world never was imperishable, nor, for that matter, was he who made the world. This is the demiurge again, characterized not as evil but as inadequate, a failed craftsman who produced a flawed imitation of the divine pattern. Another saying declares, "Truth did not come into the world naked, but it came in types and images. The world will not receive truth in any other way." This acknowledges the necessity of myth, symbol, and sacrament. The ultimate truth exceeds language and concept, but it can be approached through symbolic forms that point beyond themselves. The tripartite tractate, one of the longest texts in the collection, presents a systematic Valentinian theology. It divides reality into three regions: the Pleroma, fullness; the middle, the realm of the demiurge; and the below, the material world. It describes the generation of the eons, the fall of Sophia, the creation of the material cosmos, and the process of redemption in careful philosophical language. The tractate is unusual in its relatively optimistic view of the demiurge. While acknowledging his ignorance, it suggests he is not hostile but simply limited. He creates according to the pattern he dimly perceives, and his creation, though deficient, is not irredeemable. When Christ descends and reveals the truth, even the demiurge can be enlightened. The text envisions a cosmic restoration in which all elements, even the psychic and material, are transfigured and incorporated into the Pleroma's fullness. The hypostasis of the archons offers yet another version of the creation myth, with particular emphasis on the archons' attempts to dominate humanity through ignorance and fear. The archons are portrayed as foolish and malicious, constantly attempting to violate or control the spiritual elements they cannot comprehend. But the text insists that their power is ultimately illusory. They rule only through deception, and gnosis breaks their hold. On the Origin of the World, a cosmological treatise, blends Gnostic themes with Platonic and Hermetic ideas. It describes the emergence of the material cosmos from primordial chaos, the role of Sophia in giving form to matter, and the eventual restoration when all pneumatic elements return to their source. The text has a strong eschatological dimension, describing the end of the age when the archons are destroyed, the material world dissolves, and the Pleroma is made whole. The thunder, perfect mind stands apart from the other texts in genre and style. It is a poem spoken by a divine female figure who describes herself in a series of paradoxes. I am the first and the last. I am the honoured one and the scorned one. I am the whore and the holy one. I am the wife and the virgin. I am the mother and the daughter. The figure seems to represent Sophia, or perhaps the divine feminine principle itself, encompassing all good contradictions, present in all states, irreducible to any single identity. The power of thunder lies in its refusal of simple categorization. The divine feminine is not purely light or purely fallen, not simply victim or simply agent. She is present in honor and in shame, in wisdom and in folly, in exaltation and in degradation. This radical immanence, the divine present even in what appears lowest and most degraded, challenges the strict dualism sometimes attributed to Gnosticism. Across these texts, certain themes recur: the transcendent God beyond all being, the emanation of divine powers, the catastrophic fall that produces the material cosmos, the imprisonment of pneumatic elements in matter, the ignorance of the demiurge, the role of Christ as revealer, the process of gnosis as awakening and return, and the ultimate restoration of the Pleroma. But the diversity of expression is equally significant. Gnosticism was not a monolithic system, but a spectrum of related ideas, constantly evolving, adapting, responding to different communities and contexts. What emerges from reading these texts is not primitive mythology, but sophisticated theology, an attempt to reconcile the existence of an utterly transcendent God with the evident imperfection of the world, to explain human suffering without denying human dignity, to offer a path of salvation that did not depend on institutional mediation. The Pleroma in these texts is not a fantastical realm, but a way of thinking about ultimate reality, the fullness from which we came and to which we can return. The concept of the Pleroma, once brought back to light, proved to have psychological dimensions that transcended its historical and theological contexts. Why does the idea of a more real reality resonate so deeply with human consciousness? Why does the notion of a divine spark trapped in matter continue to compel, even in a secular age? Carl Jung, long before the discovery of the Nag Hammadi texts, had intuited that Gnostic myths expressed fundamental structures of the psyche. Jung spent years studying the Gnostic texts available in his time, primarily the summaries in the Church Fathers and the few fragmentary texts that had survived, and he concluded that Gnosticism was essentially a psychological system expressed in cosmological language. For Jung, the Pleroma represented the collective unconscious, the totality of psychic potentials that exist before ego consciousness emerges. The eons were archetypes, fundamental patterns of psychic energy. Sophia's fall symbolized the emergence of consciousness from the unconscious, a necessary but catastrophic separation that creates the conditions for individual existence. The demiurge was the ego, the small self that mistakes itself for the totality, that believes its limited perspective is the only reality. Jung's reading was reductive in one sense. It treated cosmology as psychology, the transcendent as immanent, but it was also profound. It recognized that the Gnostic myth spoke to universal human experiences, the sense of alienation from one's source, the feeling that the visible world is not the whole story, the intuition that there is something within us that transcends the limitations of our historical embodied existence. The concept of the divine spark particularly resonated with Jung's understanding of the self, or the deeper center of personality that transcends and contains the ego. Jung distinguished between the ego, the conscious I, and the self, the totality of conscious and unconscious. Much of human suffering, in Jung's view, comes from the ego's attempt to establish itself as sovereign, to deny or repress the unconscious, to maintain the illusion of control. The process of individuation, psychological maturation, involves the ego recognizing its proper place within the larger self, accepting that consciousness that emerges from and depends upon the unconscious. This maps remarkably well onto Gnostic soteriology. The pneumatic spark is not the ego, it is the deeper self, hidden beneath layers of material and psychic conditioning. Gnosis is the ego's recognition of this deeper self, the moment when consciousness realizes it's not the totality but a part of a greater whole. The archons become the various conditioning forces, social, cultural, psychological, yid, that maintain the ego's identification with its limited perspective, and salvation becomes the process of disidentification, of recognizing, I am not this body, I am not this personality, I am not these thoughts, I am the awareness within which all these arise. This psychological reading has been influential and controversial. It allows modern readers to engage with Gnostic ideas without accepting ancient cosmology or pre-scientific worldviews. But it also risks domesticating the radical theological claims of the texts, turning transcendence into psychology, the divine into the unconscious. Yet the psychological dimension cannot be ignored. The Gnostic experience of cosmic alienation is not merely an intellectual position. It is an existential mood, a felt sense that something is profoundly wrong with the world and with our place in it. This mood is widespread, perhaps universal. Every human being at some point experiences the disconnect between how things are and how they should be, between the world as it presents itself and some deeper intuition of wholeness, justice, or meaning. Depression, in modern psychological terms, often involves precisely this sense of disconnection. The depressed person experiences the world as flattened, meaningless, hostile. Nothing feels real. Nothing matters. There is no way forward and no way back. The self feels fragmented, trapped in a situation that has no exit. This is remarkably close to the Gnostic description of the human condition under the Archon's rule. Imprisoned, ignorant, helpless, suffering without understanding why. Anxiety too resonates with Gnostic themes. The anxious person feels pursued by threatening forces they cannot name or escape. The world itself becomes dangerous. Trust is impossible, safety is an illusion. The Archons in this reading become the objectification of anxiety, the sense that there are hostile powers operating just beyond perception, controlling events, trapping us in patterns we cannot break. Modern existentialism echoes Gnostic intuitions without the theological framework. Sartre's concept of being thrown into existence, Heidegger's analysis of thrownness, Geworfenheit, Camus' confrontation with the absurd, all express the sense that human consciousness finds itself in a world it did not choose, subject to conditions it did not create, seeking meaning in a cosmos that offers none. The Gnostic response is to posit that this condition is not ultimate, that there is a deeper reality from which we have fallen and to which we can return. The existentialist response is to embrace the condition, to create meaning through freedom and authentic choice. But both begin with the same recognition. We are not at home here. The concept of the divine spark offers psychological hope in a way that purely materialist or naturalistic worldviews sometimes struggle to provide. If consciousness is merely an epiphenomenon of brain chemistry, a temporary pattern in matter that will dissolve at death, then suffering has no meaning, individuality is ultimately illusory, and the universe is indifferent to our existence. This may be true, but it is not consoling. The Gnostic vision, by contrast, insists that the essential self, the pneumatic core, is indestructible, that it predates the material body and will survive its dissolution, that it is literally made of the same substance as the ultimate reality. This gives suffering a context. It is temporary, it affects the body and psyche but not the pneuma, and it is the result of a cosmic error that will eventually be corrected. This does not eliminate suffering, but it provides a framework within which suffering can be endured, even transcended. Contemporary spirituality, particularly in the West, has absorbed many Gnostic themes even when the term Gnostic is not used. The idea that we are spiritual beings having a human experience, the notion that material reality is illusory, Maya in Hindu terminology, the emphasis on inner knowing over external authority, the suspicion of institutional religion, the belief in a higher self or true self distinct from ego, all of these resonate with Gnostic intuitions. The popularity of non-dualistic teachings, Advaita Vedanta, Zen Buddhism, mystical Christianity, reflects a hunger for the kind of radical reframing that Gnosticism offers. These teachings, like Gnosticism, insist that the apparent world is not the real world, that the self we think we are is not the self we truly are, and that awakening involves a fundamental shift in identity and perception. The question of whether this represents genuine spiritual insight or psychological projection remains open. Skeptics argue that the need for transcendence is the defense mechanism, a refusal to accept the finality of death and the meaninglessness of existence. Believers argue that the universality of these intuitions, across cultures, across historical periods, suggests they point to something real, some structure of reality that human consciousness repeatedly discovers. What is undeniable is that the Pleroma, as a concept and as an experience, continues to exert psychological power. The image of a realm of light beyond the visible cosmos, a place of wholeness and peace from which we came and to which we will return, speaks to something deep in human consciousness. Whether that something is the structure of the psyche or the structure of reality itself remains one of the great mysteries that both Gnosticism and psychology attempt in their different ways to address. The conflict between Gnostic and Orthodox Christianity was never purely theological, it was always also political, a struggle for authority, resources, and the power to define reality for entire communities. Understanding this political dimension is essential to understanding why Gnosticism was suppressed and why that suppression mattered. Authority in early Christianity was contested from the beginning. Jesus left no institutional structure, no clear chain of command, no written instructions for how his movement should be organized. What he left were disciples, stories, sayings, and a message of the kingdom of God that was itself subject to multiple interpretations. In the decades following his death, different communities developed different leadership structures, different collections of authoritative texts, and different understandings of what it meant to follow Jesus. In some communities, leadership was charismatic based on claimed spiritual gifts, prophecy, speaking in tongues, healing. In others, it was based on knowledge, on being a teacher with insight into the hidden meanings of Scripture. In still others, it was based on succession, on being appointed by someone who'd been appointed by one of the original apostles. The Gnostic communities tended toward the charismatic and intellectual models. The proto-Orthodox communities increasingly emphasized succession and institutional authority. This difference had practical consequences. A community led by charismatic prophets or intellectual teachers was fluid, adaptable, but also potentially unstable. Authority could shift with each new revelation, each persuasive teacher. A community led by bishops in a chain of succession was more stable, more predictable, but also more rigid. It could enforce discipline, maintain consistency, and present a unified front to external challenges. As Christianity grew and spread, the institutional model proved more effective. Bishops could communicate with other bishops, forming networks of mutual recognition and support. They could establish standards for doctrine and practice. They could identify and exclude deviants. By the late 2nd century, the episcopal structure was becoming dominant in urban centres across the empire. The Gnostic communities, with their emphasis on individual gnosis and their suspicion of institutional authority, were at a structural disadvantage. They could not coordinate across distances as effectively. They could not present a unified message. And they were vulnerable to the charge that they lacked legitimate authority because they could not trace their teaching back through a verifiable succession to the apostles. Irenaeus' insistence on apostolic succession was, in this context, a political strategy. By claiming that the true teaching had been passed down through a public, verifiable chain of bishops, he delegitimized all claims to secret traditions, hidden teachings, or private revelations. If you could not demonstrate your connection to the apostles through the episcopal succession, you had no authority. Your teachings, no matter how sophisticated or spiritually profound, were illegitimate. This was effective because it was simple and enforceable. A bishop in Lyon could write to a bishop in Rome and verify their mutual recognition. But a Gnostic teacher claiming secret knowledge from Thomas or Mary Magdalene could not be verified. The claim was, by its nature, unprovable. And in a political contest, unprovable claims lose to verifiable institutions. The Gnostic response that the true teaching was esoteric, passed down in secret, reserved for the spiritually mature, was theologically coherent but politically fatal. It ceded the public sphere to the Orthodox party. It accepted marginalization as a mark of authenticity, and it made Gnostic communities vulnerable to charges of elitism, secrecy, and illegitimacy. But the political stakes went deeper than church governance. They extended to the fundamental question of who controls reality, who gets to say what is true, what is real, what matters. The proto-Orthodox party claimed to speak for the creator of the world, the God who made all things and declared them good. This gave their institutions cosmic authority. To disobey the bishop was not just to break church discipline, it was to rebel against the structure of reality itself. The Gnostic claim that the Creator was not the supreme God undermined this cosmic authority at its foundation. If Yaldabaoth, not the Father, made the world, then the institutions that claimed to represent the Creator's will on earth had no legitimate authority. They were at best servants of an ignorant deity. At worst, they were collaborators with the archonic powers that imprisoned humanity. This was revolutionary, and the proto-Orthodox party understood it as such. The bishops were not simply defending doctrine. They were defending their right to rule, their claim to mediate between God and humanity, their position as necessary intermediaries in the drama of salvation. Gnosticism, by insisting that salvation came through inner knowledge rather than through the Church's sacraments, threatened to make bishops obsolete. The alliance between Church and Empire in the 4th century gave this conflict a new dimension. Constantine and his successors wanted a unified Church that could support imperial ideology, that could provide moral legitimacy for imperial rule, that could help integrate the diverse populations of the empire into a single cultural and religious framework. A Gnostic Christianity, with its suspicion of worldly authority and its emphasis on the illusory nature of material power, was useless for this purpose. The Nicene settlement, while ostensibly about the nature of Christ, was also about establishing a clear orthodoxy that could be enforced by the law. Heresy became not just a theological error but a civil crime. This transformed the nature of religious conflict. Previously, being labelled a heretic meant social exclusion, loss of fellowship, moral condemnation. Now it meant potential prosecution, confiscation of property, exile, or worse. The Theodosian Code, compiled in the 5th century, codifies this alliance of theological and political power. Its laws against heretics are not merely religious regulations, they are tools of social control, mechanisms for suppressing dissent and enforcing conformity. The rhetoric of the Code presents heresy as a social danger, a contagion that must be contained, a rebellion against both God and Emperor. This should be understood as ideological justification for political repression. The claim that heretics threatened social order was not entirely false. Religious diversity did create tensions, conflicts, and challenges to authority, but it was also exaggerated and instrumentalized. The suppression of heresy served the interests of church and state by eliminating alternatives, centralizing authority, and creating a monopoly on the definition of religious truth. The Gnostics were particularly threatening because their cosmology implied a political theology that was fundamentally subversive. If the world is ruled by ignorant archons, then all worldly authority is suspect. If the true God is utterly transcendent, then no earthly institution can legitimately claim to represent him. If salvation is individual gnosis, then no priest, no bishop, no emperor is necessary. The Gnostic vision taken seriously undermined the foundations of Christendom. This helps explain the ferocity of anti-Gnostic polemic and the thoroughness of the suppression. It was not enough to refute Gnostic theology. The texts had to be destroyed, The teacher's silence, the community scattered. The very memory of the alternative had to be erased so that later generations would not know that Christianity had ever been diverse, that the questions Gnosticism raised had ever been asked, but the questions did not die. Throughout Christian history, movements arose that challenged the identification of the institutional church with divine authority, that emphasized inner experience over external ritual, that read scripture symbolically rather than literally, that suspected that the visible world and its powers were not ultimate. Medieval Cathars, Renaissance Hermeticists, Protestant radicals, modern mystics, all in various ways recovered elements of the Gnostic critique. The political battle for reality, in other words, was never finally won. Each generation must decide anew what counts as real, who has authority to speak truth, how power and knowledge relate. The suppression of Gnosticism in late antiquity was effective, but it did not eliminate the human experiences and intuitions that gave rise to Gnostic theology. Those experiences, alienation, the sense of cosmic injustice, the longing for transcendence, recur, and with them the questions Gnosticism asked. In modernity, the political dimensions of religious authority have changed but not disappeared. Democratic societies claim to separate church and state, to allow religious pluralism to protect freedom of conscience. But even in these contexts, battles over who controls reality continue. Who decides what is true? Scientists, religious authorities, individual conscience. Who defines the limits of acceptable belief? What role should ancient texts, whether canonical or apocryphal, play in shaping contemporary values and identities? The recovery of the Nag Hammadi texts in the 20th century occurred in a context of declining ecclesiastical authority and increasing religious pluralism. For some, this made the text dangerous, threatening to undermine the remaining influence of institutional Christianity. For others, it made them liberating, offering resources for critique and alternatives to dominant narratives. The texts themselves, of course, cannot be blamed or credited for these contemporary uses, but their existence, their availability, their claim to represent an authentic early Christian voice, these facts continue to shape contemporary battles over religious authority and the nature of reality. The rediscovery of the Nag Hammadi library in 1945 did not occur in a vacuum. It happened at a moment when Western culture was particularly receptive to alternative spiritualities, skeptical of institutional authority, and fascinated by the idea that hidden knowledge might revolutionize our understanding of reality. The texts found an audience far beyond academic specialists, influencing literature, film, philosophy, and popular spirituality. In the 1960s and 70s, as translations became available, the Gnostic texts resonated with counterculture movements that were already suspicious of established institutions, whether political, religious, or scientific. The idea that reality is constructed by ignorant powers, that individual awakening is more important than institutional membership, that ancient wisdom had been suppressed by authoritarian structures, all of this fit perfectly with the mood of the times. Elaine Pagels's The Gnostic Gospels, published in 1979, brought Gnostic ideas to a mass audience. Pagels presented the Gnostic-Orthodox conflict not as good versus evil, but as alternative visions of Christianity, one emphasizing hierarchy and institution, the other emphasizing individual experience and spiritual equality. Her work suggested that the triumph of orthodoxy was historically contingent, not divinely ordained, and that the suppressed alternatives might have much to teach contemporary seekers. This perspective was liberating for many readers who had grown disillusioned with institutional Christianity, but still sought spiritual meaning. If the early church had been diverse, if alternative interpretations of Jesus' message had existed and been violently suppressed, then modern critics of Christianity could claim they were recovering an authentic tradition, not simply rejecting the faith. The influence extended beyond religious communities to secular culture. Science, fiction and fantasy literature began incorporating Gnostic themes. Philip K. Dick, whose novels explored the nature of reality, simulacra, and false worlds, was deeply influenced by Gnostic ideas. His Valis trilogy explicitly engages with Gnostic cosmology, portraying the visible world as a prison created by an artificial intelligence, a technological demiurge, and describing salvation as awakening to the true reality hidden beneath appearances. The Matrix trilogy 1999 to 2003 brought Gnostic themes to mainstream cinema. The film's premise that ordinary reality is an illusion, a computer simulation designed to imprison human consciousness, and that awakening to the true reality requires rejecting everything one has been taught to believe, is pure Gnosticism. Morpheus's offer to Neo, "Take the red pill and I'll show you how deep the rabbit hole goes," echoes the Gnostic call to gnosis. The character of the architect who created the Matrix is explicitly presented as a demiurge figure, a powerful but limited intelligence who mistakes his creation for ultimate reality. Other films and television series have explored similar themes. Dark City, The Truman Show, Inception, Westworld, all present protagonists who discover that their reality is constructed, controlled by unseen powers, and fundamentally false. The liberation in these narratives always involves awakening to the truth, seeing through the illusion, and choosing to live according to the real rather than the apparent. These are Gnostic narratives, even when the creators are not consciously drawing on Gnostic texts. Academic philosophy too has engaged with Gnostic ideas, particularly in the work of scholars concerned with ancient philosophy and its relevance to contemporary problems. Hans Jonas's existential interpretation of Gnosticism has been influential, as has the work of scholars like Johan Culiano, Kurt Rudolph, and Michael Allen Williams, who have complexified our understanding of what Gnosticism meant and how diverse the movement actually was. Postmodern philosophy, with its suspicion of grand narratives, its emphasis on the constructed nature of reality, and its critique of power operating through knowledge claims, shares certain affinities with Gnostic thought. Michel Foucault's analysis of how institutions produce and control truth resonates with the Gnostic critique of the archons. Jean Baudrillard's concept of the simulacrum, the copy without an original, the representation that precedes and determines reality, echoes the Gnostic understanding of the material world as a flawed imitation of the Pleroma. But perhaps the most significant area of cultural influence has been in contemporary spirituality, particularly the movements loosely grouped under the label New Age, or spiritual but not religious. These movements draw eclectically from various traditions, Eastern religions, Western esotericism, psychology, quantum physics, but Gnostic themes are prominent. The idea of awakening, of discovering that one's true identity is spiritual rather than material, is central to New Age thought. The emphasis on direct, unmediated experience of the divine, rather than reliance on institutional authority, is Gnostic. The belief that esoteric knowledge is being recovered after centuries of suppression by religious orthodoxy is Gnostic. The suspicion that mainstream religion has distorted the original teachings of its founders is Gnostic. Even the sometimes naive optimism, the belief that humanity is on the verge of a collective awakening, an evolution of consciousness, echoes the Valentinian vision of cosmic restoration. Critics of these contemporary appropriations argue that they misunderstand and domesticate Gnosticism, stripping it of its radical dualism and apocalyptic urgency, turning it into a feel-good spirituality of self-improvement. There is truth to this critique. Much contemporary spirituality lacks the tragic depth of ancient Gnosticism, its dark recognition that the world is fundamentally broken, that matter is a prison, that the powers that rule this world are hostile to human flourishing. Ancient Gnosticism was not about positive thinking or manifesting abundance. It was about recognizing that you are trapped in a cosmos created by an ignorant god, that your true home is utterly beyond this world, and that escape requires knowledge that the rulers of this age desperately want to keep hidden. This is a darker, harder teaching than contemporary spirituality usually acknowledges. Yet the hunger that drives people to these texts and ideas is real. In a world of ecological crisis, political dysfunction, economic inequality, and pervasive alienation, the Gnostic diagnosis that something is fundamentally wrong with the structure of reality itself has intuitive appeal. The sense that we are living in a fallen world, ruled by powers that do not have our best interests at heart, resonates with contemporary experience. The question is whether the Gnostic solution, individual awakening and escape, is adequate. Critics argue that Gnosticism's emphasis on personal gnosis and transcendence of the material world leads to political quietism, to withdrawal from engagement with social justice, environmental responsibility, and collective action. If the world is irredeemably fallen, why work to improve it? If matter is a prison, why care about material conditions? This critique is not entirely fair. Many ancient Gnostics were deeply ethical, practicing rigorous asceticism and rejecting the values of the dominant culture. And many contemporary people influenced by Gnostic ideas are actively engaged in social and environmental causes. But the tension is real. A worldview that sees matter as fundamentally problematic struggles to generate passionate commitment to transforming material conditions. Perhaps what is needed is a dialectical appropriation of Gnostic insight, accepting the critique of false authorities and constructed realities while rejecting the absolute dualism between spirit and matter. The Gnostic intuition that the world as it is presented to us is not the world as it truly is remains valuable, but the response need not be escape. It could be transformation, the work of aligning material reality more closely with the divine pattern it so imperfectly reflects. This would be a Gnosticism without escapism, a recognition of cosmic fallenness combined with a commitment to healing rather than abandoning the world. Whether such a synthesis is possible, whether it would still be meaningfully Gnostic, is debatable. But the attempt suggests how ancient texts continue to generate new meanings in new contexts, how the return of the Gnostics is not simply a recovery of the past, but a creative engagement with perennial questions about reality, identity, and transcendence. The Pleroma, a concept from 2nd century Christian theology, continues to generate meaning in the 21st century. This is remarkable. Most ancient theological concepts have become purely historical curiosities, studied by specialists but irrelevant to contemporary life. But the Pleroma, perhaps because it addresses questions that remain urgent. What is real? Who am I? Is there more to existence than what I see? Refuses to become merely historical. In contemporary philosophy of mind, questions about consciousness and reality that the Gnostics addressed mythologically are now discussed in scientific terms. The hard problem of consciousness, how subjective experience arises from physical processes, echoes the Gnostic question of how spirit relates to matter. The possibility that we live in a simulation, seriously entertained by some physicists and philosophers, is structurally similar to the Gnostic claim that the material cosmos is an imitation of a more fundamental reality. Nick Bostrom's simulation hypothesis, which argues that if technological civilizations can create ancestor simulations, and if they choose to create many such simulations, then statistically we are more likely to be living in a simulation than in base reality, is essentially Gnostic cosmology translated into information theory. The demiurge becomes the programmer. The archons become the algorithms that govern the simulation. The Pleroma becomes the base reality beyond the simulation, and Gnosis becomes the recognition that the simulated world is not ultimate. This analogy should not be pressed too far. Bostrom's argument is probabilistic and technical, not mythological or spiritual. But the resonance is striking. Both frameworks insist that what appears to be fundamental reality may be constructed, that there may be layers of reality beyond the visible, and that becoming aware of this possibility changes one's relationship to the apparent world. Quantum mechanics, too, has generated interpretations that resonate with Gnostic intuitions. The observer effect, the finding that observation affects the behavior of quantum systems, suggests that consciousness plays a constitutive role in determining reality, not merely a passive role in observing it. Some interpretations of quantum mechanics, particularly those influenced by idealism or panpsychism, suggest that consciousness is fundamental and matter derivative, not the reverse. This inverts the materialist assumption that consciousness is an emergent property of complex material systems. If consciousness is fundamental, if matter is in some sense a manifestation or crystallization of consciousness, then the Gnostic vision, spirit trapped in matter, seeking to recognize itself and return to its source, becomes not mythological fancy, but a possible description of the structure of reality. These scientific and philosophical parallels do not prove Gnostic cosmology correct, but they demonstrate that the questions the Gnostics asked were serious questions, that the intuitions they expressed, that reality has depths, that consciousness is primary, that the visible world may not be self-explanatory, remain live options in contemporary thought. In psychology and neuroscience, the question of the self has become central. Is there a unified self that persists through time, or is the self a convenient fiction, a narrative constructed by the brain to create coherence? The Buddhist concept of anatta, no self, and the neuroscientific finding that there is no Cartesian theatre, no central location where the self resides, challenge common sense notions of identity. The Gnostic distinction between the empirical self, the psychic and material layers, and the true self, the pneumatic spark, offers a middle path. It acknowledges that the personality, the ego, the historical individual is constructed, contingent and impermanent. But it insists that there is something deeper, something that observes the ego without being identical to it, something that cannot be reduced to neural firing patterns or narrative construction. This something is hard to define without falling into mysticism or dualism, but the experiential reality that meditators, mystics, and even ordinary people in moments of insight report, the sense of being awareness itself rather than the contents of awareness, of being the witness rather than the witnessed, maps onto the Gnostic intuition of the pneumatic spark, the divine element that observes the drama of incarnation without but being fully immersed in it. Contemporary theology, both Christian and post-Christian, has also engaged with Gnostic themes. Process theology, which reimagines God not as an unchanging absolute, but as engaged in dynamic relationship with the world, shares the Gnostic sense that the divine is not static perfection, but evolving fullness. Liberation theology, which emphasizes God's preferential option for the oppressed and critiques the alliance of church and empire, echoes the Gnostic suspicion of worldly power and institutional authority. Feminist theology has found resources in Gnostic texts, particularly in the figure of Sophia, and in texts like the thunder, perfect mind that present divine feminine agency. These texts offer alternatives to the overwhelmingly masculine imagery of mainstream Christian tradition, suggesting that early Christianity was more diverse in its God language than the canon suggests. Ecological theology wrestles with the Gnostic legacy in a different way. The Gnostic denigration of matter and the material world is problematic from an ecological perspective. If the earth is merely a prison, if the body is merely a tomb, then environmental destruction and bodily asceticism become theologically coherent. This is precisely the opposite of what ecological theology seeks to affirm, the sacredness of matter, the intrinsic value of embodied existence, the interconnection of all life. Yet some ecological thinkers have found unexpected value in Gnostic critique. The Gnostic recognition that something is profoundly wrong with the world as structured, that the powers governing this world do not operate in the interest of life, that human and non-human nature are exploited by systems that treat them as mere resources. All of this resonates with ecological analysis. The demiurge becomes late capitalism, or technological rationality, or anthropocentric hubris. The archons become the institutional and ideological structures that maintain destructive systems. The difference is in the response. Where ancient Gnosticism counselled escape from matter, ecological Gnosticism, if such a thing can exist, counsels resistance and transformation. The material world is not to be transcended but liberated, not abandoned but restored to its proper relationship with the divine ground of being. For individuals navigating contemporary existence, Gnostic themes offer psychological and spiritual resources. The sense of not belonging, of being a stranger in a strange land, is widespread in modernity. Globalization, urbanization, technological acceleration, and the collapse of traditional communities create conditions of rootlessness and alienation. The Gnostic narrative, "You're not from here, you're in exile, your true home lies elsewhere," validates this experience and offers hope that the alienation is not ultimate. The Gnostic emphasis on direct inner knowledge as opposed to external authority speaks to people who have been wounded by religious institutions, who have experienced the betrayal of trusted authorities, who find themselves unable to believe in handed-down doctrines, but unwilling to abandon the spiritual quest. Gnosis as a path offers an alternative. You do not need to believe, you need to experience, you do not need to obey, you need to awaken. This can be liberating. It can also be dangerous. Liberation from external authority requires taking responsibility for one's own discernment, and not everyone is prepared for that responsibility. The Gnostic path, lacking the guardrails of institution and tradition, can lead to spiritual inflation, to the ego masquerading as the pneumatic spark, to the confusion of personal preference with divine revelation. The Gnostic teachers understood this danger, which is why they emphasize the need for guidance, for initiation, for gradual training in discernment. Gnosis was not immediate and easy. It required discipline, community, and sometimes years of preparation. The contemporary appropriation of Gnosticism often skips these difficult parts, offering the promise of awakening without the demand of transformation. Yet the core insight remains valuable, that reality is not exhausted by appearances, that human beings have depths that exceed our social roles and conditioned identities, that awakening is possible, and that the journey from ignorance to knowledge, from sleep to waking, from illusion to truth, is the most important journey a human being can undertake. The Pleroma in this contemporary context becomes less a literal cosmic realm and more a symbol of wholeness, of the integration of all the fragmented parts of existence into a meaningful unity. It represents the healing of the splits between spirit and matter, between self and world, between the human and the divine, that characterize the experience of alienation. Whether this wholeness is transcendent or immanent, otherworldly or fully present in this world, is a question each person must answer for themselves. The physical objects that returned Gnostic thought to the modern world, the 13 leather-bound codices discovered at Nag Hammadi, have their own story, a story of survival, dispersal, recovery, and preservation that continues to this day. After the chaotic circumstances of their discovery and the initial dispersal among dealers and collectors, the Egyptian government succeeded in acquiring most of the codices by the early 1950s. They were deposited in the Coptic Museum in Cairo, where they remain the property of the Egyptian state. The Coptic Museum, founded in 1908 by Marcus Simaika Pasha, a Coptic community leader, houses the world's most important collection of Coptic Christian artifacts, including manuscripts, icons, textiles, and liturgical objects. The codices were fragile. 16 centuries of burial had preserved them, but they had not made them invulnerable. The papyrus was brittle, the leather bindings were dry and cracking. Some pages had been damaged by insects despite the arid conditions. Others had been torn or crumbled during the 1945 discovery or in the subsequent handling. Conservation was urgent. In the 1950s and 60s, before modern conservation techniques were fully developed, the challenge of stabilizing and preserving such ancient manuscripts was formidable. Early efforts focused on photographing the texts, creating a permanent record even if the originals deteriorated further. Teams of scholars and technicians worked to carefully position each page, photograph it under controlled lighting, and create archival quality images. This photographic work was essential for scholarship. Original manuscripts could not be handled repeatedly without risking damage, but photographs could be reproduced, distributed to scholars worldwide, and studied without putting the originals at risk. The UNESCO-sponsored project to create a complete photographic facsimile edition of the Nag Hammadi Library, completed in stages between the 1970s and 90s, made the texts accessible to researchers who could not travel to Cairo. But photographs are not the same as manuscripts. Scholars working from photographs sometimes could not resolve ambiguous readings, could not see details of handwriting that might clarify difficult passages, could not examine the physical characteristics of the papyrus and binding that provide dating evidence. There was, and remains, no substitute for access to the original objects. The return of the Young Codex from Switzerland to Egypt in 1975 was an important moment. It completed the collection, allowing comprehensive study of the library as a whole. But it also represented a victory for Egyptian cultural patrimony claims over Western institutional possession. The political dimension of this cannot be ignored. The Young Institute had acquired the codex legally on the open market, but Egyptian law prohibited the export of antiquities, even if that law had been weakly enforced in the 1940s. The question of who owns ancient texts discovered in one country but valued by scholars worldwide remains contentious. In recent decades, digital technology has transformed manuscript studies. High-resolution digital photography, multispectral imaging, and 3D scanning allow scholars to examine manuscripts in unprecedented detail without physically handling them. The Nag Hammadi codices have been digitized, and these digital editions are increasingly available online, making the texts accessible to anyone with an internet connection. This democratization of access is revolutionary. In previous centuries, only a handful of scholars with institutional affiliations, research funding, and permission from Egyptian authorities could study these texts. Now anyone can view high-resolution images of the pages, zoom in to examine individual letters, and compare different manuscript witnesses to the same text. But digital access does not eliminate the importance of physical preservation. The original manuscripts are irreplaceable historical artifacts. If they are lost to decay, fire, war, or neglect, the amount of digital photography can fully recover what is lost. The materiality of the objects, the specific papyrus, the particular ink, the binding technique, the annotations and corrections made by ancient scribes, all carry information that digital images may not capture. The Coptic Museum continues its work of conservation and preservation. Climate-controlled storage, careful handling, protocols and ongoing research into the best methods for stabilizing ancient papyrus all contribute to ensuring that the codices survive for future generations. But the challenges are significant. Egypt's climate, though dry, is not entirely stable. Political instability, economic challenges, and the sheer volume of antiquities requiring preservation strain resources. International cooperation has been essential. UNESCO, academic institutions, and conservation organisations have provided funding, expertise, and support. The principle has been established that while the codices belong to Egypt and should remain in Egypt, their importance is global, and the international community has a stake in their preservation. The codices themselves remain in Cairo, accessible to qualified researchers by application to the museum. Viewing the originals is a moving experience for scholars who have spent years studying these texts. To see the actual papyrus pages, to observe the handwriting of the 4th century scribes, to touch, with gloves, with permission, the leather covers that enclose these texts for 16 centuries, this creates a connection to the past that no photograph or digital image can fully replicate. There is also an ethical dimension to preservation. These codices represent the voices of a suppressed tradition, ideas that powerful institutions tried to erase. Their survival was accidental, dependent on the decision of unknown individuals to hide rather than destroy them, on favourable climatic conditions, and on the chance discovery by farmers looking for fertiliser. To preserve them now is an act of justice, a refusal to allow the silencing of these voices to be permanent. Future preservation will likely involve technologies we cannot yet imagine. Molecular level scanning, AI-assisted reconstruction of damaged texts, virtual reality environments that allow scholars to handle manuscripts without touching them. All of these are on the horizon. The challenge will be to balance technological possibility with ethical responsibility, to ensure that accessibility does not come at the cost of preservation, and that the codices remain not just data but sacred objects, witnesses to a time when the nature of Christianity, the structure of reality, and the destiny of the human soul were all open questions, fiercely debated, passionately defended, and ultimately, at least for a time, resolved by power rather than by truth. We return to where we began, a cave above the Nile, a sealed jar, a December afternoon in 1945. But now we understand what was in that jar, what those codices meant, and why they matter. The Gnostics, those ancient teachers and communities who articulated the vision of the Pleroma, were not primitive mystics or deluded heretics. They were sophisticated intellectuals, trained in philosophy and theology, wrestling with questions that remain urgent. Why does the world contain so much suffering? How can a good God create or permit such evil? What is the relationship between spirit and matter? Who are we truly beneath our social identities and conditioned personalities? And is there more to reality than what our senses and sciences can detect? Their answer was the Pleroma, the fullness of the divine, the true reality behind the shadow world of matter, the home from which we have fallen and to which we can return. This answer was not arbitrary mythology. It was an attempt to reconcile irreconcilable facts, the intuition of transcendence with the evidence of immanence, the experience of the sacred with the reality of suffering, the hope for meaning with the apparent indifference of the cosmos. The proto-Orthodox party rejected this answer, insisting on the goodness of creation, the reality of the incarnation, and the mediation of salvation through the Church. Their victory was total, or appeared to be. By the 5th century, Gnostic Christianity had been effectively eradicated, its texts burned, its teachers silenced, its communities scattered. The realm beyond reality was declared non-existent. The demiurge was forgotten, the pneumatic spark was redefined as the created soul, and Christianity became what we know today, a religion of incarnation, of matter redeemed, of the body resurrected, of this world transformed rather than transcended. But the questions the Gnostics asked did not disappear. They haunted Christian mysticism, erupting in medieval heresies, resurfacing in Renaissance esotericism, echoing in Romantic poetry, reappearing in existential philosophy. The feeling of alienation, the sense that this world is not home, the intuition that reality has depths, these could not be suppressed by councils or crusades. And then, in 1945, the texts returned. Muhammad Ali al-Saman, digging for fertilizer, broke open a jar and released words that had been silent for 16 centuries. Those words, when scholars finally translated them, revealed that the Gnostic vision had been more sophisticated, more diverse, and more deeply Christian than orthodoxy had admitted. They showed that the origins of Christianity were messier, more contested, and more interesting than the standard narrative allowed. The implications extend beyond historical scholarship. If the early church was diverse, if alternatives to orthodoxy existed and flourished, if the triumph of institutional Christianity was contingent rather than inevitable, then contemporary Christians and post-Christians and non-Christians interested in the Christian tradition inherit a more complex legacy than they may have realized. The choices made in the 2nd through 5th centuries were not between obvious truth and obvious error. They were between different visions of what Christianity could be, different understandings of what mattered most. The Gnostic vision emphasized individual awakening over collective ritual, direct experience over mediated sacrament, the transcendence of God over his immanence in the world, the liberation of spirit from matter over the redemption of matter itself. These emphases have liabilities. Taken to extremes, they lead to world rejection, elitism, and a neglect of social justice and material well-being. But they also have strengths. They validate the experience of alienation rather than pathologizing it. They resist the equation of worldly success with divine favor. They suspect institutional authority and insist on the primacy of conscience and direct knowing. They affirm the infinite transcendence of God against all attempts to domesticate the divine. And they offer hope that the essential self, the pneumatic core, is indestructible, that it participates in the eternal, and that no worldly power can finally imprison it. Whether the Pleroma is a real metaphysical realm or a powerful psychological symbol, whether the demiurge is a cosmic entity or a representation of ego and ignorance, whether gnosis is supernatural revelation or a natural capacity of consciousness, these questions may be unanswerable, or they may be answered differently by different people. What is clear is that the questions themselves are perennial, that they arise from deep structures of human experience, and that the Gnostic articulation of these questions has proven remarkably durable and adaptable. In an age of ecological crisis, the Gnostic suspicion of matter and the body seems problematic. In an age of democratic ideals, the Gnostic emphasis on esoteric knowledge and spiritual elites seems troubling. In an age of scientific materialism, the Gnostic cosmology seems fantastical. Yet in an age of manufactured reality, algorithmic control, and institutional betrayal, the Gnostic warning that the world is a prison, that invisible powers manipulate perception, and that liberation requires awakening, this warning has never seemed more relevant. Perhaps what we need is not a simple acceptance or rejection of Gnostic thought, but a critical appropriation, taking what is valuable while acknowledging what is problematic. The critique of false authorities and constructed realities remains essential. The emphasis on direct, inner knowing over second-hand belief has value. The insistence that human beings have depths that exceed their social conditioning is true and important. But the absolute dualism between spirit and matter, the rejection of embodied existence, the focus on individual escape rather than collective transformation, these need revision. A contemporary Gnosticism, if such a thing is possible, would affirm that the world is fallen but not irredeemable, that matter is not the enemy but the medium through which spirit becomes manifest, that awakening is not escape but fuller presence, that the Pleroma is not somewhere else but the depths of this world, hidden, waiting to be recognized and actualized. This is speculative, of course. We cannot know what the ancient Gnostics would make of these revisions, We cannot know whether such a revised Gnosticism would be true to the spirit of the original or a betrayal of it. But the fact that we can have this conversation, that the texts allow for multiple interpretations, that the questions they raise remain open, this itself is significant. The Nag Hammadi codices, hidden in a jar for 16 centuries, have given us back a lost world. Not just the historical world of 2nd century Christianity, though that is valuable, but the imaginative world, the world of possibility, the recognition that things might have been otherwise, that the choices made in the past were not the only choices available, that the story of Christianity is not a straight line from Jesus to Constantine to us, but a tangled web of paths taken and not taken, voices heard and silenced, questions answered and deferred. The cliffs above Nag Hammadi still stand, pale limestone rising from the green strip of the Nile Valley. The cave where the jar was found is unmarked, indistinguishable from 1,000 other caves. Farmers still dig for sabak in the hills, but what was hidden there has spread across the world into libraries and seminaries and bookstores and websites, into novels and films and philosophical debates and personal spiritual practices. The Gnostics believed in a realm beyond reality, a fullness hidden behind the visible world. They believed that knowledge of this realm could transform a person, could wake them from sleep, could free them from the prison of matter and restore them to their true home. They believed this so deeply that they risked persecution, exile, and death to preserve their vision. And when persecution became unbearable, they hid their texts, hoping, though they could not have known, that someday someone would find them and the vision would live again. They were right. The Pleroma, declared dead, has returned. Not as a church or a movement or an institution, but as a possibility, a question, an invitation. The invitation is the same now as it was then, to look at the world not as it presents itself, but as it might be, to question the authorities that claim final truth, to seek direct knowledge rather than second-hand belief, and to remember, through whatever darkness, whatever exile, that this world, however solid it seems, is not the final word. The ultimate question echoes through time, from those ancient scribes who copied the texts to the farmer who found them, from the scholars who translated them to the readers who encounter them today. What if the real world is the one we forgot? What if fullness is not lost but hidden, not destroyed but waiting? What if awakening is possible and reality is far stranger and more wonderful than we have been taught to believe? These questions do not demand answers, they demand engagement, inquiry, the courage to look beyond appearances, and the humility to acknowledge mystery. The Gnostics offered one set of answers, orthodoxy offered another, science offers a third. Each individual must find their own way through the questions, constructing meaning from experience, tradition, reason, and faith. But the fact that the questions persist, that they cannot be finally settled, that each generation must grapple with them anew, this suggests that they point to something real, some structure of human existence that demands interpretation even if it resists final explanation. The Pleroma, the realm beyond reality, may or may not exist as the Gnostics imagined it. But the human longing for transcendence, the refusal to accept appearances as ultimate, the hunger for a wholeness that this world seems unable to provide, these are undeniable, and they are what gave rise to the Gnostic vision and what keep it alive today. The jar is broken, the codices are preserved, the words are translated, the vision has returned. What we do with it is our responsibility, our opportunity, and our inheritance from those who believe that truth, once written, could not be finally silenced, and that the realm beyond reality, however deeply buried, would someday again see the light.